right, I'm going to call to order the City Council meeting of May 6, 2025. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is on 2 items. First, we will have an update on the Regional Crisis Response Agency. Second, we will have a preview of the downtown and waterfront live parking data web map launch. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. Very excited tonight to have Brooke Bittner, the Executive Director of the Regional Crisis Response Agency here. As you know, I get the pleasure of serving with her as your representative on the board, as the board president. And so I'm very excited for her to come in and tell you what's happening with RACER. A little look back, a bit of the present, and a little bit of a look ahead. And we encourage questions and comments from the council. So with that, I will turn it over to Brooke.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Can everybody hear me okay? If I'm right here? All right, let me know. And let me know if I'm talking too fast, because I do get excited. I'm just delighted to be here and see everybody again. As Kurt said, I'm the Director of Regional Crisis Response Agency, which we call RACER. So I'll say RACER as I'm walking through my slides this evening. And my purpose here, as I see it, is 1, to give you a briefing and talk to you about how this investment is going. And 2, to really thank you and kind of shine a light on how much impact Kirkland's investment is having in our region. And then as we walk through the slides, you'll see also at the state level and at the national level by leading in this area. And I really appreciate that Kurt has invited me to talk to you all. As you know, RACER is a product of an interlocal agreement between our 5 cities up here in North and East King County. It allows our cities to capitalize on economies of scale, to collaborate across jurisdictions where people do not stay within city borders, so we see people travel across the cities. It also is creating a model for smaller jurisdictions across the country, because while Kirkland may have been able to do this alone and was doing this alone before the RACER agency was formed, most of our other RACER partners could not sustain a model like this without the partnership of the other 4 cities. And so the collaboration is really what makes this possible. It's really what allows us to take it to the next level of becoming a true first response. I also want to thank the City of Kirkland for stepping into leadership as the fiscal and administrative sponsor for the RACER agency. So I am lucky to get to partner with Kurt at kind of 2 sides of the coin as the city manager, because myself and all of our RACER staff are City of Kirkland employees, and as the president of the board. And he has been, on both sides, such an encourager of innovation. I could not ask for a better boss that creates the space for me and for our agency to step into new territory. And again, as we get down later in our slides, you'll see that it's really paying off at the state level and nationally. So I'm going to talk through what the RACER agency is, our goals summarized from the interlocal agreement: to provide crisis response, to reduce police response to behavioral health calls, provide alternatives to police as the primary response to crisis, and reduce strain on police and fire departments by reducing repeat calls. And we all know that the traditional answer to a behavioral health emergency for the last many decades has been police, a badge and a gun, because that's all our system has had to offer. And so it's really exciting that our community now has an alternative to that, a crisis response that's a civilian, a skilled social worker that is trained and experienced with de-escalation, with providing resources, with figuring out what's going on for someone. What our crisis responders are doing out in the field is responding to in-progress 911 calls in their fleet vehicles. They are self-attaching to any call that seems even remotely appropriate for a crisis responder to go out and join our police partners and our fire partners on a scene and really understand and figure out what is the underlying issue here. Sometimes it's pretty clear that it's a behavioral health crisis, and my team is really good at doing that initial assessment, de-escalation when somebody's agitated, referring them kind of back to what the resources in the community that can help keep them from falling into crisis in the future. And sometimes it's a little less clear that there is an underlying need, and that's why our partnership with other first responders is so important, because we may not know until a little later in the call that there's a behavioral health need or a human services need. Or, like I said, that we'll attach to anything and everything. We might get there and say, okay, this is a DV, but I see that the survivor is also going to benefit from some de-escalation, some referral to services. Or sometimes this is a theft, but really this is a poverty-driven theft. What's going on for this person? What are the other resources that we can bring in to help move them out of crisis? And Kirkland Police Department is really a star in every member of that agency understanding that a lot of times there is another cause to what's going on for someone, and being really open to the idea of having alternative responses, having diversions from arrest or from jail. They've been really quick to utilize the crisis diversion facility, the Connections Health facility. So what the crisis responders are doing, it's that response to in-progress 911 calls, providing immediate resources, sometimes things like a bottle of water, a protein bar, a sleeping bag, a cell phone. Sometimes it is figuring out what's going on and referring to the community of care for ongoing services. They do some follow-up. We are trying to make sure that someone gets connected to care providers, but they're always prioritizing 911 calls. So always staying on the board, and if a 911 call comes in, that's what they're doing first. This is a picture of the team. On the right is just a picture of all 13 crisis responders on our team, and they are really the heart of what we're doing. I think the true kind of kernel of what we're doing is the relationship between a crisis responder and a person in active crisis. And so everything we do as an agency is built around supporting that relationship in that moment. And the biggest part of that is making sure that our staff is well supported, well trained, feels like they have what they need to do the job. And we have really great longevity. We have had just one person leave our team since we became one agency. And that is in part due to our supportive team environment, but I think it's also because as City of Kirkland employees, we can offer the most competitive wage and benefit package. So we're able to attract really I say they're the best MHPs in the region because they are top of the line professionals coming from emergency departments, jail and prison, and being designated crisis responders, having just incredible experience working with people in acute behavioral health crisis, and then staying with us, even though this is a really hard job and can really take a toll at times. And please do jump in with questions if you have them as I go along. I'm going to quickly touch on our governance structure. So in the ILA, our governance structure is laid out as an executive board that Kurt is the president of, made up of the city managers. There is the principals assembly that is seated by an elected official from each of our 5 jurisdictions, an operations board that is made up of leaders from the human services world and the public safety world, and I call it a crisis continuum of care board because it serves as that for our community. I see RACER as a convener of the operations board, bringing together our public safety chiefs, leaders from 911, leaders from behavioral health providers and from Connections, and looking at how people flow through the system where there are gaps and bringing it all together. But the one that I'm most proud of in our governance structure is the community advisory group that's made up of folks who have lived experience with, primarily with that moment of having to call 911 because of a behavioral health crisis. So over the years, we've really focused in on that particular lived experience and asked the folks that sit at that table to help us make all of our decisions. Our community advisory group has helped us create our job descriptions, our evaluation of staff. So like, how do we know that somebody's doing a good job? That's informed by what does it look like to get good service when you're in your moment of most acute crisis. They helped with the design of the RACER interlocal agreement and brought that wisdom to the table. And I'm really grateful for all the folks that give their time. I also wanted to let you all know that we're recruiting. So if you know anyone in the community that has some lived experience around behavioral health crisis themselves or a family member, please send them my way to participate in this really important work. I'm going to go into just sharing some data from 2024. I have full program data, and then I have a little bit of Kirkland-specific data that I'll walk through pretty quickly unless folks have specific questions. During 2024, we served over 1,800 individuals across the RACER cities during about 4,700 encounters. And the reason those numbers are different is because some people get multiple touches by the program, either because they have several or multiple 911 calls, or because it takes a few touches before we really feel that they're handed off to the community of care and that we know that they're adequately connected. So an encounter could range from something like a 6-hour chunk of time sitting in the rain with someone who's just lost a loved one to suicide to a quick phone call to say, hey, did you make it to your appointment? Making sure that somebody's really connected in with care. And again, those follow-ups are secondary to the primary responsibility of our crisis responders, which is to be on that air, listening for 911 calls as they come in. Just this last year, the beginning of 2024, we started to be able to gather data about what each of those encounters was. And the green on the pie graph that you're seeing, the green 49%, those are the in-progress 911 calls. So that means that about half of the encounters reflected in the previous statistic are in-progress calls, 911 emergencies. And then you see it's about 40% follow-up and 12% officer referral. Follow-ups would be that check-in call, the sending additional resources, making sure somebody got to an appointment. But what we would love to see is that green piece of the pie just continue to inch up, and the yellow piece of the pie continue to get smaller, because that represents when a racer crisis responder was not available or not able to deploy to a scene. When we're getting a referral after the fact from a first responder partner, primarily they're coming from officers right now, but that means that either the racer unit was deployed on another call or we didn't have somebody in service. Kind of a side note, we'll talk a little bit more about when we get to what does the future hold. But one of the barriers there is that we're not doing a great job right now of deploying across jurisdictions because they're on different radio air. And so we're working on that. And I think as we nail that, that yellow will shrink a little bit.
Brooke, before you move on, Mayor has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brooke. It's interesting that you're looking at 911 calls in progress and then going from there. Is there coordination with NORCOM, and I don't know if the other cities use a different dispatch agency, that you're getting the information you need? And is that a process that you can update there?
Yeah.
What the call receivers and dispatchers are logging as part of the system to help you determine whether it's a response appropriate for racer?
Yeah, that is a really great question. We have NORCOM for 3 of our cities, Kirkland, Bothell, and Lake Forest Park. And then the PSAP or 911 call center for Shoreline and Kenmore is through King County Sheriff's Office. And so to answer the NORCOM question specifically, we love NORCOM. We have a wonderful relationship with them. We are lucky enough that NORCOM operates a CAD aggregator, a system that brings together data from the various police agencies and fire agencies in the region into one aggregated screen, essentially. And so our crisis responders can watch all of the in-progress calls in the region. They can winnow down to just the city that they're in, or just the racer cities, just our fire and police agencies, just police, just fire, and they can see the basic information about the call as it goes out. So they're hearing it on the radio, and they're also able to see it tick out as information bulletins kind of from the dispatchers. And they're always generally doing both. And in fact, in that picture, I'm not sure if that's what she has up, but generally they'll be on the radio and they'll have radar, which is the name of the system, RAADAR, it stands for something very technical. We'll have that up and be watching for anything that's coming in that's mental health, suicide, homelessness related, while they're also listening on the air.
Councilmember Black, then Councilmember Falcone.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Brooke. This is as good a time as any to ask this question. You're going to have to give me a second to sort of tee it up, though, a little bit, okay? Because it's it's the intersection of the work that we're doing in the community and transit safety. And I work on transit for the city of Kirkland as a representative to the Regional Transit Committee, and I've had conversations with representatives of Transit Metro. Metro is building out their own mental health professional crisis responder service, housed, I believe, mainly down in Kent. Is that if? And the conversation I was having that I think is relevant to us, and when we're thinking about being able to respond effectively to crises in the community, including on our buses. What was being explained to me is that if a bus operator hits their panic button because someone is in acute crisis on their vehicle, that goes to Metro Transit, where they refer it to, they only have one referral option, and that is that's the sheriff's office. So it goes immediately to the sheriff's office, and it would require a whole nother step for KPD to get requested. And then presumably at that point, our racer could attach, but we're talking a significant lag time. And there's already a lag time, because if a King County sheriff's being contacted for something that's happening in Kirkland, they're already coming from afar. So putting you on the spot, but what do you see the future of that looking like for people experiencing crises on our transit service, and the experience for other riders, and just the future of that?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great and complex question. I have a few thoughts, and I saw DC St. Jean. So please tell me if I'm getting this wrong. I know a lot more about how Shoreline is doing this because they're KCSO, so Deputy Chief St. Jean can fill us in on Kirkland Police Department's protocols. Basic understanding without stepping into police business, when there is an immediate need, they'll contact local law enforcement. And I will pass to St. Jean, but first say that we have had initial talks with Transit and their crisis response department. They are certainly not going to be a first response for any of our cities at this point. And so figuring out how do we offer that. It's going to be easier in Shoreline and Kenmore because they are already KCSO and already kind of within the same system. But I imagine that it would be a similar relationship. And I'll turn to DC St. Jean.
Yeah, thanks, Brooke. You're absolutely right, Councilmember Black. That is how it works. There is a delay. They call King County, and then if they have no units available, then they would refer that to Norcom, who then dispatches us, and Racer would attach. I know there's some ongoing discussions with Metro Labor on that. I don't know the status of that, but I think that's the only fix, is for them to kind of figure that out on their side.
Would it be all right if Councilor Sweet has a follow-up?
Yeah, this is
Thanks.
just because that's the issue we're talking about right now. Wouldn't it be possible for us to get the same notification that the sheriff's office gets?
See if I can figure out how this thing works. So right now with the panic button, it has to go through Metro's dispatch. Then I guess it would be possible on Metro's end if they were able to tell where that bus was, what jurisdiction that is. But that is easier said than done sometimes when you get into unincorporated and some of those kind of things. So that could possibly be a solution, where Metro Dispatch is actually figuring out which jurisdiction the bus is in, and then short-circuiting the calling county first, and then calling the specific jurisdiction in which that bus is currently experiencing issues.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm enjoying this discussion. I almost forgot my question. I was so interested in it. But I'm going to kind of pile on the questions related to dispatch and Norcom related to this. Looking just at your slide on the goals, the number 2 goal there of reducing police response to behavioral health calls. I had a question. My initial question was, are we tracking data for all of these goals and tracking our progress towards each of these goals? And then Deputy Mayor's question about Norcom, I have a similar question related to that and goal tracking, just around you mentioned specifically for Norcom codings being just for 2 first response and not for all 3 first response departments. So wondering how our conversations are going with Norcom around having a separate dispatch, because we've obviously in starting up this program talked about it being a separate, not co-response or co-dispatch, but separate response model, so that we can reduce when we don't need police or fire there, when there are situations in which we only need a behavioral health professional there. Just wondering how those conversations are going. I know some of that is around confidence level of, of dispatchers as well as culture within the agency as well. So I know that it's a long-term goal and path towards that, and acknowledge that, but just I know an important piece of that is the conversations with NORCOM. So I wanted to raise that, wondering if we're having conversations with that. So that's my first question, I guess, is data tracking and conversations with NORCOM around those goals.
So to answer the first part of your first question, data tracking around those goals is very aspirational at this point. The data that we own internally is only about our own encounters. And I would love at some point to really be able to crosswalk our data with NORCOMs and with all of our police and fire agencies to really understand how people move through, but we're not there yet. And I do love the idea of the goals in the ILA kind of being the container for the system tracking, but it is very aspirational at this point. So that's the first one. It's not a super exciting answer other than to say you're right, and that is a goal in the future. And then in terms of existing practices for NORCOM, they do not have a current policy in place to dispatch crisis responders independently of another first responder. And I just did some extensive research at the behest of the board. The board requested some information about what this looks like across the country. And there are no jurisdictions that yet have a tried and true method for identifying identifying a non-sworn response for behavioral health crisis calls that come into 911. However, we're following it really closely at RACER and always in conversation with our partners at NORCOM. That national conversation, I think, is really in its infancy, and I expect that we'll see some data-tested tools at the national level within the next 2 or 3 years. And I think there's also the element that you mentioned of call taker comfort. There is the risk aversion that's natural to the first response system, that every person in the first response system wants to make sure that we keep our people safe. But I think also in this community, there's across institutions a shared goal of getting to a place where people get the right resource and the right response at the right time. So it's all really good faith partners working on a very tangled ball of yarn and following the national conversation as well.
Mayor, may I add the NORCOM piece? NORCOM just launched a strategic planning effort, and board members have requested that we evaluate, obviously, this whole component of about supporting mental health. And so I'm excited to be actually on that steering committee to help develop the strategic plan. So certainly we will be advocating for that. What's exciting about the strategic plan is the consultant we're using. She used to run Valleycom, and she did pilot Valleycoms, bringing in mental health responders, pairing that with 911 operators. They've kind of suspended that right now, from my understanding, but we definitely think it's probably in our future. But it's how to make it really work is the challenge.
Great, thank you for that. Yeah, that was going to be my next question, as I know we had previously budgeted for, had set aside for mental health professionals at NORCOM to kind of do our part as a city to help with that concern that you were mentioning. But it sounds like it's a good opportunity for us as far as the national stage goes, another good opportunity for us to help lead in this conversation, being a smaller city that's doing this work. So really happy for that. And on the data piece too, I feel you. I mean, that's something that is going to be challenging. And additionally, I know I've mentioned this before, but I think it's really important, and in the community advisory group too, to think about who's not in the room and all the folks, in particular, we hear from Black community members and community members with disabilities that do not call 911 when they're in crisis because of the lack of trust with the response that they're going to get. And so I think there's, even in the data we have, if we had access to that, there's going to be some acknowledgments of some pretty big gaps in that. But thank you for that. So that was my first question. My second question is around crisis response at schools. Have we heard a lot from that? This is something that we know that we have a lot of de-escalation issues in our schools, and there's a lot of conversations around who's best suited to do that, and a lot of times we know that schools do call 911. So what is that looking like as far as our crisis responders? I would hope to see that we would see our crisis responders kind of be first on the scene or be able to be there on the scene with their skills in de-escalation, particularly for some of our most vulnerable community members being our youth. Is that something we're seeing a lot of? Are we attaching ourselves to a lot of school calls? Can you speak to that?
I can speak kind of anecdotally, and I would also turn to DC St. Jean, that specifically in Kirkland, we do occasionally go on calls in schools. We're also in the same physical space with the neighborhood resource officers and the school resource officers, so they are consulting a lot. The school resource officers, and I'll turn to DC St. Jean, but what I see is that they do a lot of kind of longitudinal follow-up and care, and so we're partnering with them, providing support, providing resources. It's a little different than the part of your question about a 911 call and kind of an acute emergency. And I believe that the answer, and I'll turn to DC St. Jean, is that we are attaching to those calls, but when they're coming into 911, they are still dispatched as a police response when it's an acute crisis.
Yeah, you're spot on, Brooke. So yes, part of the great part of having Racer within our building is the relationships that are being built and the expertise that is being passed on from the mental health professionals to our officers that allow them to do an even better job than they already do at de-escalating and understanding behavioral health issues and those kind of things. I'll also add the school district has invested a lot of money in school counselors, more than they ever have. So that has been a huge help and resource for us. I think that is reducing the number of 911 calls that actually come from the school. So that's a fantastic investment that the school district is making in this area. But we definitely, our CROs are definitely coordinating with Racer and getting advice and, you know, kind of on some of the longer term issues. I also wanted to add back to your first point, we share that aspiration of getting to the point where that Racer can, you know, just go to a call all by themselves. I can tell you in the real world, because of some of those relationships that have been built and the trust that we're often dispatched together, but on the repeat customers, for sure, we have had incidents where there's a communication that takes place between our MHPs and our officers. And while our officer may still go, they're going to stay a block away, out of sight, just for safety reasons, but allow, because we think that situation is going to turn out better if, you know, a Racer employee goes by themselves. And obviously, we're super close, so if something were to happen, but we're trying not to insert ourselves in situations that we think might be better served just by an MHP. So I just wanted to kind of a real world piece on how we're all trying to get to the same place.
Kirkland is way ahead in that area too, across our police departments, I think because that deep foundation of relationship with the community responder program, their Kirkland Police Department is a year plus ahead of other jurisdictions that have had a little less time with the close relationships. So, and I deeply appreciate the leadership, Chief, Deputy Chief St. Jean, all of the command staff and officers that have been just exceedingly open to building those relationships, building the trust, and then handing off as appropriate.
So Brooke, we're so engaged, we have 2 more questions before you can go on. So Councilmember.
Love 'em.
Sorry, I'll make it quick. There's a lot of intersection, obviously, here between this and the criminal justice system. I often find myself in the Kirkland Municipal Court, and we have 2 or 3 folks, I know their names, we'll call them frequent flyers. That's what they're called sometimes. They're often there for shoplifting necessities, clothing, food, whatever. And I'd be interested to learn more about how to divert those folks from the criminal justice system into some other system. I mean, I don't know what's supposed to be happening or what, but they're still there. And so maybe this is an issue we're addressing the criminal justice within our work program this year. But I'd be interested in learning more about that, because once they go to the court, once they go to the jail, then they're filling up our jail cells, a lot of court resources going into it, and it's usually not the correct place to correct the behavior, and usually the shoplifting is under $100 or $50, and that's what I'm seeing over and over in our criminal justice system. Usually food, clothing, stuff like that. And so it'd be interesting to learn more about that and how that diversion or how that divert happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Just because you're kind of taking everything out there right now anyway, I'm just interested in how the MIH program works with RACER.
Yeah, that's a great question. We love our MIH program in Kirkland. They're amazing. And we can have DC Woody speak to it as well. But we work really closely with our MAH social worker and community paramedicine firefighters. We are still figuring out how to better support fire dispatched scenes and which fire scenes are appropriate for a crisis responder. But I think we have figured out how we work with MIH. They have great kind of social worker to social worker relationships. I think my team is really good at identifying when it is an individual that would benefit from mobile integrated health if they haven't already kind of keyed into that person. They do beautiful follow-up and support and connecting people into care around all sorts of issues. Excuse me. I think there's just a beautiful symbiosis there, and it is one piece of this broader continuum of care that Kirkland has with the crisis center, with RACER, with police being just so much more attuned to behavioral health issues than in many jurisdictions, and then with your fire service also really leaning into human services and having this incredible MIH team.
Deputy Chief, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'd like to add that the MIH team they're there to drive down 911 calls. So they react or respond to individuals after the 911 call has happened. So if you look at it in total continuity of care, RACER may be the acute care and we're the ongoing care. And so the relationship between the two has been excellent. Brooke's been great with Taryn, our mental health specialist. And as our program grows, they're having more and more positive patient outcomes. So it's been a really nice relationship.
Right.
Councilmember Black, but before you go, I just have to interject. I'm so incredibly proud of all of you guys in this program.
Oh, sorry.
Would you?
Well, I was going to
you're gonna
suggest maybe
suggest that
getting through the rest of the
allow-
presentation before we have
Finish your
questions.
presentation?
I can guarantee you they're going to prompt other questions.
I was feeling the same way. Councilmember Black, would you like to?
So really quickly, just to springboard off of Councilmember Tim Chisholm's question, we do have the community court that we created in 2021 in the municipal court. Is there cooperation there if folks who are providing service in community court identify someone that could use assistance navigation from a mental health professional? Is there contact there?
We do have contact, although we're not necessarily the right road for somebody that's already deeper into the community or to the community court criminal legal system. They would probably be referring to all the same entities that we're referring to for longer term care. And just generally speaking on diversion, I very much appreciate that Kirkland is engaged in community court because we know that the deeper people get into the criminal legal system, to your point, council member, the worse the outcomes are and the more expensive it is, especially people with behavioral health conditions. I see RACER as, we call it like a 0.1 or even a 0.0 diversion at the point of 911 call, rather than allowing someone to go down that road of criminal legal system involvement that can be really tangled and really tricky to get out of. So kudos for having a community court and for asking these questions and thinking about how can these, especially poverty-based crimes, be addressed in a different way in your jurisdiction.
Okay, let's let me continue.
I'll continue to walk through my data. I won't spend too much time here because you have it in your packets, but this is full program data that one stat we follow is the racial demographic makeup of the folks that we're serving. We're also following the homelessness numbers really closely. This is full program, and then I'll speak a little bit more here in Kirkland-specific data for 2024. So here in the city of Kirkland, RACER served 790 individuals during about 1,800 encounters. The population that RACER served was about 64% white, 36% BIPOC. I'm always kind of watching that to make sure that it lines up with the more general demographic numbers because diversion programs, especially at 0.1 and 0.0, research shows can tend to further disproportionality within the criminal legal system because it's a better intervention, and in some systems, white people tend to get the better intervention, and BIPOC folks then tend to get funneled to the criminal legal system. So we're always keeping an eye on that. I'm proud to say that our demographic matches and does better than the city of Kirkland demographic in terms of serving BIPOC folks. So we're doing something right there, and I'll just continue to monitor that over time. On the gender stat, we have adjusted language this year from previous year reports based on folks with lived experience helping us understand how to better talk about gender. And then homelessness, we're looking at about 11% unhoused based on the data that we have for City of Kirkland. That does reflect that homelessness is rising across the region. The point-in-time results were recently released, and it's just becoming increasingly a problem. So another tie-in is the homeless outreach worker that City of Kirkland funds and the HEART team, where we've had really great partnership. And it's City of Kirkland is taking a very holistic approach with the HEART team to have everybody that touches homelessness coming together to make sure that we're getting people what they need. Any questions about the data before I move on? What I have direct access to is really just descriptive of the folks we're serving and of the types of encounters we're providing. We turn to our system partners when we're looking at more outcome data. So again, to Racer specifically in Kirkland, a couple of things that I wanted to highlight for you as the Kirkland City Council. It's the partnership with police and the partnership with fire. Those have already kind of come up organically in your questions. The picture on the left is from the beautiful cover story the Seattle Times ran last summer, where they shadowed Renee Cox, who I think most of you know, and Jose Fuentes, another one of our crisis responders, and wrote about this encounter at a gas station where it was an individual who was really agitated, and Jose worked with him alongside the law enforcement officers and was able to have a really good outcome and just a kind, humane interaction that led to a hospitalization for this gentleman. Then a picture of the crisis responder with some police partners, with some folks in the community. Our crisis responders, like I said, they work really closely with the neighborhood resource officer and the school resource officer. So like National Night Out is something that we love to attend because we're helping our community understand that public safety is broader than just police or even just police and fire. We also work closely with the city on folks that have maybe high visibility ongoing behavioral health crisis. So if there's somebody that city employees or citizens of Kirkland are seeing out in the community that they're seeing again and again that may be kind of disruptive in public spaces, those are folks that we are often working with in collaboration with other city employees. And then I also want to lift up in terms of our relationship with the city that our staff as City of Kirkland employees are also participating in a lot of the enrichment opportunities that the city offers. Just recently, we had leadership boot camp that 2 people were accepted into from the Racer team, and a women's leadership summit that our female employees really enjoyed and really appreciated. So looking into the future for Racer, one of our big tasks as a region is to continue to build that continuum of care and to continue to partner with Connections Health. Our whole team actually went there a couple of months ago to have another tour and to get a refresher on exactly what are the clinical models when you come in the front door and the back door. So the way that they're differentiating it is that the front door is kind of an urgent care, and the first responder entrance goes to that 23-hour observation unit that many of you saw on the tour. And it was just a great opportunity for my team to talk to frontline staff there, talk about what should we be offering when we're offering connections to a person in crisis in the field? What should we tell them? Answering questions. We're in the process of setting up a monthly meeting with their clinical leadership and our supervisors to just surface questions as they arise and continue to streamline first responder drop-off. We also are working to support Connections' relationship with our police leadership so that it really is a diversion. We want to make it as accessible as possible within the full continuum so that it is easier than a jail booking and makes more sense than a jail booking for somebody that has maybe stolen a bottle of water, for example. One quick update is that that Connections Health received one of the Crisis Care Center Levy awards, and one of the things that they said that they would do in that award and are moving toward is youth urgent care. So I know that's really important to a handful of the council members, and talked to somebody today over there, and they said that they are moving toward that youth urgent care. I'll elevate the concern that they have is that our community does not have much other care for youth. And so it'll be challenging to just have that one piece of the puzzle as the other pieces come to fruition. But I know that you all are well aware of that, yeah.
Councilmember Sweet has a question.
Just, Brooke, could you elaborate a little bit on that?
The lack of resources for.
Yeah, for young people. Really, all we have right now for young people that are in more acute crisis and need a higher level of care than outpatient is children's. And there is no kind of middle level of care. The Crisis Care Center levy has contemplated a longer stay crisis facility for youth, but it hasn't been RFP'd or awarded yet. So the urgent care is just that walk-in clinic. They're not going to have any inpatient capacity. So people that are higher level of care than can be managed in the community still won't have anywhere to go.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was kind of my comment / question was related to that and really what that's looking like now, and can we just continue to be advocates for that? And also, I guess my question for that is, you said youth. Are we including children in that? I know sometimes in different conversations, in different spaces I've been in, the conversation has been, 13 to 18. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's been younger than that as well. Do you know the answer to that question?
No, I believe that the youth urgent care is the 13 to 18, but I will also say that their current urgent care accepts anyone under their contract, so children and youth.
And the
but they're
crisis
not
connections now?
correct.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
but it's not a specialty center of care.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I do understand that they're coming to the council in a couple of weeks, and I think
I'll ask them.
yeah,
those questions.
they'll have better, more detailed
you.
answers than I do.
That was my question. Go ahead.
All right, again, looking into the future, our executive board has been very attentive to just changes in the federal funding environment and thinking about directing me to really be looking at with fiscal agent staff, what is our exposure, what is our level of risk. Speaking very broadly, we have a very small slice of federal funding. Most of our funding is either local from our member cities, our principal agencies, or county or state, but then also thinking through what are going to be the cavalcade of effects of changes at the federal level. And just to say, without getting into too much detail, that we're really thinking about that the executive board and fiscal agent staff have all been modeling and looking at what funding sources are paying for what elements of our program and how can we build sustainability. And that building of sustainability goes into my last slide I'm going to get to, which is what's going on at the Washington State Legislature. But also just to say, as we look to the future of RACER, I am always thinking about what's our next step in evolving the model. And I know that you are as well, based on long-term conversations and just your questions today, that you are also thinking about where are we headed. And where we're headed is that ultimately anyone in our community calls 911 and gets the right resource at their moment of acute crisis. And then what, as an agency, what is our sequencing and what is our strategy to get there with our partners? And there's a saying that I think about a lot, which is if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think that we have done a really good job at RACER of going together with our partners, including our public safety partners, our 911 PSAPs, our councils, our community, our lived experience. And it's a long road, and our goal is really complex, but we all share the goal, and we're all headed there together. And so the examples of what's really, really next for us is, like I mentioned, figuring out how do we effectively deploy across jurisdictions where they're not on the same air. And we have a lot of strategies right now at the team level. We're cross-training every single crisis responder to be conversant on all of our airs, because there are differences and nuances, and more familiar with all of our geographic jurisdictions, so that we know that if we call someone from Shoreline because we need an extra body in Kirkland, that person will be able to quickly and effectively deploy to the call in Kirkland. My crisis responders, once they're on the scene, they are very good. But there's a lot of operational complexity to get to the scene, and we want to make sure that they're really comfortable doing that in any of our 5 jurisdictions. So that's a project that we're taking on this calendar year, is getting everybody cross-trained. And it's been kind of fun because the folks that are generally at Shoreline get to spend some time at Kirkland, and Kirkland is going to go to Shoreline next and meet new people and see how things are done in the different jurisdictions. Another kind of next step for us is how do we move toward 911 dispatching us directly as an alternative to a sworn response. That's a 911 call center decision. And so just thinking about where do we have impact, how can we build trust and build relationships and do what we can do on our side of the street to move our system toward that goal. We're also closely watching national trends. In about a week and a half, I'll be in New York at NYU for a conference that the Policing Project at NYU is holding about this topic specifically. And they asked me to come talk about RACER because we're an interlocal agreement. We're an interjurisdictional program. And there are a lot of places across the country that are interested in doing that. And all of those folks are going to be talking about the question of how do we figure out what the right resource is at the point of 911 call. That decision tree, that triage tool that I talked about not yet being evidence-based, that's kind of the main topic of this second annual NYU convening, because jurisdictions across the country are working on that puzzle, and we'll continue to follow along with them and stay at the forefront. So changes in Washington. Exciting news yesterday. Governor Ferguson signed into law House Bill 1811 that was introduced by Representative Salahuddin, who represents some RACER territory, that the way that I describe it is that it defines, it calls it co-response, but defines alternative response out of 911 as part of our first response system. So it's not the traditional definition of co-response, Councilmember Falcone, of a social worker in a cop car. It is any human services professional that is deployed through the public safety system, through 911, as differentiated a little bit from another part of the crisis system that's deployed through 988 and is a secondary response. So it's really Washington saying, in Washington, public safety equals police, fire EMS, and social worker, crisis responder, behavioral health, or community paramedicine, mobile integrated health. And the definition does include both behavioral health and mobile integrated health programs that deploy out of public safety.
Brooke, can I hold you? Councilmember Black has a
Yeah.
question.
Well, it's perfect, actually, because you mentioned 988. So I was going to, it's a credit to you that you end up being our expert on so much of this continuum of care that we talk about. So we ask you about Connections Health. We ask you about, NORMCOM dispatch. I also want to ask you about 988 and how that fits into, just for us and also for the public that's listening, how does 988 fit into the continuum, and how does it interact with your professionals?
Yeah, that's a great question. 988, you know what, I'm going to pause it. Let me finish 1811 and then speak to 988 a little bit separately. There was some language introduced by Senator Orwell into 1811 that ties it more explicitly together. But I want to just elevate that, not to toot our own horn too much, but I believe that RACER is kind of at the root of the passage of this legislation because Representative Salahuddin knows about this because of the RACER agency and because of the work that his city of Redmond, is doing. Many legislators that were involved as this process went through are our legislative delegation because they're aware of the work that City of Kirkland and our partners have done. Senator Dingra was really influential in making sure that 1811 made it through the Senate, and she's always been a champion of the RACER agency. And our success shows the legislature that this is possible, that it's important. So I really think that the existence of the RACER agency made this law possible. So we should all be proud of ourselves. And then briefly, I say that House Bill 2015, that's the law enforcement hiring grants, thanks in part to Senator Dingra again and her understanding of what we're doing at the RACER agency, includes language so that public safety funding could also potentially be used for alternative approaches. So turning away from legislation specifically and to 988 and the interface with 911 deployed kind of first response teams, the answer, unfortunately, is similar to what I would have given 2 years ago, is that our two systems in the crisis continuum, the 988 and the 911, are still figuring out how they're going to talk to each other. We had that foray at Valleycom where there was a 988 operator embedded with Valleycom. That's kind of on pause. I think there's an opportunity for further engagement through the NORCOM strategic planning process. And our system just has not yet figured out how things will happen depending on where a call comes in, how it will get pushed out to a response. I'm committed to always being in strong partnership with 988 and always protecting our first response capacity. The resources that 988 in our community has to deploy are secondary response resources. And so our system has to figure out how to identify how acute a call is. And I do think 988 is doing a pretty good job of identifying if a call is too acute for the response that they have available, they push it to 911 and in the jurisdiction where that individual is. And then there is the opportunity for a race or crisis responder. It would be great to get kind of behind that decision point and have all responders in our region kind of talking on the same channels. And I think that is where legislators see 988 going eventually. But again, that's a even stickier wicket to get all of those systems to work together. It's a long time horizon for that goal.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam. We're at the wrapping up part now, right?
Yep.
Your next slide is your
Look at that.
contact.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Well, Brooke, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much. I mean, I am so proud of not only this work, but of you and the work that you do and leading this. I mean, I can't think of a better person to lead this work. So thank you, kudos to you. Just your expertise in being able to field our various questions, anticipating our questions, and knowing that just shows your ability to read people and to know people and to just have that connection. So thank you for that. I'm really proud of that. I'm happy to see you getting involved with the NYU Policing Center. I've been tracking their work and been involved and attended many of their virtual calls over the past couple of years, not only around a behavioral health crisis response, but also around traffic stops as well is another big issue that you'll probably hear about and learn about when you're there, because that's another one that they're working on. So thank you for that. Looking forward to hearing how that goes. I was considering that as my council trip this year, but decided not to. So won't see you in New York, but I'm looking forward to hearing about it. So that's great to hear that. And also just want to say, you touched on this, but I'm so proud of this work for so many reasons, right? One reason is just, hearing, from the 20,000-foot view, how great the program is going. Another is, a year or so ago, I got to do a ride along and seeing firsthand how well our responders are really tackling these issues in the field, just with such professionalism, such empathy, such compassion, and expertise. It really is amazing to see that translate into the numbers, too, of who's being helped and how that's really helping our community. And also from folks that I hear from in the community who tell me about experiences they've had with crisis responders and just how life-changing that has been for them and their families. So thank you for that. So I'm proud of that. I'm also really proud of the partnerships that you talked about. I think this is a conversation that oftentimes can be divisive, right? And it's not. I mean, I'm really proud of our police department, our fire department, our crisis responders, everyone on staff and our partners in the various cities who are working on this, because like you said, we're doing this together. We're understanding that we can learn from each other, that we each bring something to the table here, and that it's not like an us versus them, but it's like we do this together because we all have the common goal of making sure that our community is served in the best, most appropriate way to help them and their needs. So I love that that's our vision, our shared vision across all departments. So thank you for all the comments from the various departments and first responders. I think I can just feel that mutual respect that we have for one another in the different departments, and that's just crucial as we move forward. And I'm really looking forward to, continuing that partnership also with NORCOM, as Julie mentioned as well, and the crucial role that dispatch plays in this as well. I just think I'm proud of where we are, and I'm proud of our vision and the acknowledgement of the work that we have to do to move forward as well, and just the commitment to continuing to do that. So for those out there who, are wanting us to hurry up and get there with what our end goal is, I just want to reassure folks that it is something that we're working on, and that it's the importance of what you said of working together is really how we accomplish things. So thank you for that. I appreciate your leadership, and kudos to the entire team and all the teams who work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. One of the things that has made all this possible is working regionally, where Racer's able to do things that we're not able to do as a city. When we set up Racer, we anticipated we were doing something really important and groundbreaking that others might want to join. The ILA contemplates other jurisdictions potentially joining. Has there been interest? How do you see this effort scaling?
Well, the city of Redmond expressed official interest with a letter of interest about a year and a half ago, and the executive board did a lot of thinking about what it would look like to be truly ready to accept additional partners, both in terms of our ability to provide services on the ground and of our maturity as an organization, that we're still nailing down our kind of back-end structure, accounting, and all of that, and entered into kind of a conversation with the city of Redmond. At this point, they are working on doing something internal. We have provided them some technical assistance and have always shared things like our job descriptions. And I talk to staff there quite a bit and just answer any questions that they have as they move forward. And I think that there's always in the back of their minds the thought that the regional approach is available to them if and when the time is right. That is the only city for whom or the board has received any formal request. I do think that this is kind of a franchisable model. And there are a handful of cities in South Snohomish County that are thinking through what it would look like to do something similar as a regional approach.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Sweet.
I think we've done enough talking. I think we should just applaud.
I felt like we should stand up and give her a standing ovation.
All of you involved in this work. Amy said it 1,000 times. We are so proud. This is exactly what we wanted. You are going exactly in the direction we wanted you to go, and we all need to applaud.
I appreciate you guys, and I generally, when we have anything like public-facing or emails that are positive, I take them back. I like transcribe and take them back to the team. So I will be repeating your words to my team at our standing Wednesday afternoon meeting, because everything that I'm able to tell you is because they are out there doing extremely hard work, and they're doing it extremely well. I get a chill sometimes when I hear stories about what they're doing out there. I would like to invite everybody to a ride-along. Come see what we do and how we do it. And please help us spread the word about the Community Advisory Group. And thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Brooke. We sincerely
Guys.
Thank you, Brooke.
I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say, we're moving away from saving lives to talk about parking. Okay, we are going to talk about downtown and waterfront live parking data web map launch preview. Yeah, city manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor. Councilmembers, thank you for the great questions about Racer. So this is probably about a half-hour presentation, so we may not have time to do the executive session that we had hoped, but I'm excited about this topic because we're about to go live with something we think will be very helpful to the community, and that is our live parking information. So I here to give you that presentation is Kim Scrivener, who's our transportation planner, and Sarah Olson, our deputy public works director.
Great. Thank you, City Manager.
Welcome.
Mayor Curtis, Council, good evening. So today, before I begin, we have Declan Hollingworth online with us. He's joining us from Toronto. He is from our consulting team and is here to answer any questions when we get to that portion of the presentation.
Thank you.
So tonight, we will be focusing more on the live parking web map, but I will give a little bit of an overview of what we've been doing with our parking program. So I'm just going to jump right into it. Just as a reminder, in July 2023, we installed over 500 sensors on street and in the two lots downtown and in the Houghton and Marsh Park lots. We also, just about 1 year ago in May, talked with you all at the financial retreat last year with some information of 9 months of data, looking at the parking turnover and occupancy and some observations that we've made. There's a very detailed report available. We have also been are in the process of upgrading our employee parking permit management program. The next two items I'll talk about in the next couple slides. So we just replaced our pay stations downtown. There's 6 of them. They're pretty much at the end of their useful life. They were breaking down a lot. Our crews do the first phase of the repair, and so it's saving our crews a lot of time. We're able to save a lot of money by using the same pay stations and the same vendor, and they replaced all of the innards and replaced the door with the screen. We do have a very nice, easy to read, it's very bright screen. I'm actually kind of excited. The pay stations downtown Seattle are so hard to read, and this is very nice to read. Another benefit is that people can, once you get the minimum hour, you can increase your time by 15 minutes as opposed to paying for a whole nother hour. So that's kind of fun. We do have one station that has a larger solar panel. We had some issues with the battery there because it's pretty shady. So if you you might notice some new shiny pay stations downtown. But
I would like to note, because Councilmember Falcone made the comment that they do take cash still, so.
Thank you. I noted that. I almost highlighted. Thank you for doing that. And that, just for those who don't know, is really just to be inclusive of folks who may not have access to online banking, wanted to make sure that everybody can use this parking. Thank you.
I will mention, though, they don't take bills anymore. We did have a lot of problems with the machines breaking with bills, and they attracted a lot of bugs, actually, but we still accept coins.
Well,
You're attracted to
the light.
So tonight, what we'd like to get into is demonstrating the live parking data web map. We are calling it a pilot right now. It's our kind of launch of this. We have, as we mentioned, the sensors are downtown and in 2 waterfront parks. If you would like to follow along, there is a QR code for your phones or a web page. We are there, as we've all been playing around with the tool, now that it's ready for launch. We do have quite a few requests for the team, and so I will. And so we'll walk through it slowly, and I'll kind of let you know where we're kind of feeling a little buggy, but I'll give you all a minute if you want to follow along. Before I start, though, I will note, I'll get to this in my next slide. So just as a reminder, this data is fed by the parking sensors. The data updates every 60 seconds, so anytime a car enters or leaves a parking stall, that data is updated within a minute. It uses a magnetometer, so no personal data is collected. So again, the QR code is here. And so before I exit the screen, I'll have to unshare and then reshare to open up the web map, give you another minute to either follow along on your phone or on your desktop. It does show the existing parking rules and locations. I'll talk about this when I open it, but I just want to go nice and slow. The data is organized by block face, and so you'll see kind of the kind of mini lines. And so just to orient you, we're looking at block face and the lots, and then we'll put this on our parking webpage. And so with that, I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to reshare and open up the. Okay. If you're on your phone, the first thing I would do, thank you, Anas, for showing me how to hide this video. Hide floating, there we go. If you're on your phone, you will see this view. And so if you would like to look at the legend, let's see, let me scroll up this way a little bit. To see the legend, you click this filter button. This advanced filters, I would suggest to click this up arrow and hide the advanced filters so that you can see the legend. One of our requests for the team is to default to have this filter portion of the side panel collapsed by default. So as we go into the web map, as I mentioned, the data is organized by block face. And so you can hover over a block face. So for instance, there are 13 spaces on this side of Central Way, and the occupancy right now is at 53.8%. In the side, you'll see kind of various shades of green bluish to show the kind of available, kind of medium is kind of around 50%, and then occupied is kind of generally more occupied. If you click off the live data, we have our general parking map, generally the parking rules. If you are looking to, if you're a delivery person, you want to know where the loading zones are, you can see those. Where we have our accessible parking, you can see those, or you can select them all. And when we turn the live data back on, this is one little bug that will be fixed by launch to have the parking lots stay on. Another feature is if you click on the lots, you will be able to see all the total occupancy, but then we've broken it down by the various parking types. So the loading zones, there are 0 out of 4 spaces are occupied. The EV parking, there's 1 spot available. We have asked for them to flip this around to show spaces available versus spaces occupied. If that's a preference to you, I'd be interested to hear your opinion in the discussion. Another kind of a way that you might use this web map, if you're looking for occupancy of a certain, for instance, a certain type, for instance, loading zones. If you turn on the live data, what you'll notice is that the live data is kind of the buffer around the line that indicates what type of stall it is. So in this case, it doesn't necessarily just show, it still shows all of the live data, but you can see just kind of, it's a little bit easier to see where the loading zones are and how occupied they are. So I can kind of play around with some kind of other scenarios, but I will note that when you're on your phone, you'll see this, if you click on the parking lot, you'll see that this box is kind of hidden and then it's hard to navigate. That is one thing that we will have them fix before launch. One of the things that we've been, now that, as I mentioned, that we're getting close to launch, we've all been playing around with it with our various devices, Android, iPhones, and so we have a couple requests in, but they're all prepared to get everything ready for launch. So I'm going to pause there to see if you have any questions. I do, well, actually, before I pause, this will go to our downtown parking page. We will likely replace this PDF map, although we'll still make sure this PDF map is available. Something that we're kind of thinking about, and you might kind of give your opinion, is let's see this. If we embed the map into a web page like this, for instance, if you click on a link, it makes it a little small. But the benefit is that we can add information on the sidebar to show other forms of transportation. So let's say downtown is really full, it will likely, we can populate the sidebar with information about transit, how to take transit, or more information about the parking garage, or where else to park, or park at the South Kirkland Park and Ride, or all kinds of things. Biking to work, where our bike lockers at, or bike racks, I should say. So that's a kind of a question. Declan is online, and it's the first time he's hearing this, but I will likely request to have both a button that will open up the viewer in a, so that it'll open up into another tab, and also have it embedded so that we can still have that other information. But going back to the live viewer, the other thing I wanted to show you before I pause is when you actually click on, so if you click on the lots, you'll see the various rules and all of the occupancy rates. But if you click on one of the on-street block faces, what it'll do is it'll open up on the side, you'll see the number of spaces on that block face. You'll see its rules. Right now, all of the block faces are free. The time, they're 2 hours. You will, if you click on direction, the street view, oh, well, sorry, that's not a great example. Let's pick another block face. This is the Google Street View, so it is a static image of the street. So it's not live data, but it's just the Google Street View, particularly nice for people that are unfamiliar with downtown. And it'll also show directions, so from wherever you are. And apparently we're up towards Crestwood right now. And so with that, we're very excited to launch this. We're working with the CMO office on getting the word out. And as I mentioned, and then just real quickly on the side, you'll see the rules. And so the free parking for 2 hours, the 2-hour rule is from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. And we can add and change as many rules as we like. So before I go back to my slides,
I see
there
that
anything
everybody's
else?
playing with it, so who has questions or comments or suggestions? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you. I have some comments, but first I have a question. I was playing around with it, and thank you for showing, I think it was a 15-minute pick, whatever, one of the layers that you added on there. I was doing the same for disabled parking, and I'm finding it hard to figure out how to identify that. Can you go through maybe practicing through? I can imagine that might be something that someone is looking for, like just looking for a disabled parking spot. And I know how to do it, how to click on it, but what does that look like once you turn the live data back on?
So if I'm looking for the accessible parking, just to see them a little more clearly, I'll turn all the other ones off and then turn on just the accessible parking ones. You can see them, they're in blue. Let's say I'm going to go to Park Lane. I'm going to kind of zoom in. I want to park around in this vicinity. And then when we turn on the live data, if I turn off all of the other parking types and just have the accessible parking, you'll notice that the rest of the circle shows the live data, the kind of the buffer around the types. And so I'm just really looking for the blue. And so this one's occupied. This one is light color, so there's one space there. The range of percent occupied is a little bit more binary. Well, it is binary. Because we have all of the ADA stalls there's going to be just one per block face. So on this particular block face, you'll see just the street or that gray color underneath, and then you can hover over this one blue. There's one space available, and there's no one there.
So there, that one, I mean, it looks very similar to me. It's all a lot of blue, right? So there, it's like a small blue line, but in other places, it's a little blue dot. Is that right? So
This
a dot or a line that's colored in
Yeah.
blue? I think that's why it
Might be a little bit of a factor of how,
zoomed in you are.
how long the line got mapped, and yeah.
Thank you. And then my other kind of questions/comments are thinking about this from the user's perspective and how people would go about finding this, right? If they're visiting Kirkland, if they're a resident of Kirkland, I think, where might be good places to have this link for people? So I think about like our Kirkland, right? There's some people who, have that app, and when they think of the city of Kirkland, even though it's a very different purpose, they might want a link there. Explore Kirkland, KDA, Chamber, those websites, I can imagine folks that are wanting to visit and looking at those websites, it might be a helpful tool for them to stumble upon when they're on those apps or websites. And then I think about, I know you said working with the CMO's Office on Communication, this could be potentially a good newsletter item for us to have. I can imagine us putting together a video of kind of a little tutorial of how to use it and that kind of thing. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to really push this out to really make it really useful and accessible for folks in the community. So I'm excited to see it for folks to get to use. So thank you.
Right, we'll do all those things.
Great ideas. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the presentation. Great stuff here. Good information. My thought process is kind of building off of what we just heard from Councilmember Falcone is how do we get this into the hands of the public so that it's easy to use and obviously one of the steps is access to this website and the app and things like that. But I'd be curious about how this is publicly available data now, I assume. How can that be ported to other third-party apps or things that people regularly use, Google Maps or other other technology sites that people have in their cars, already, so that you can basically make it super easy at that point, rather than someone fumbling on their phone or things like that. I think this is great. I'm just thinking out loud here, and like, how can you take it to the next level? And obviously, that's something down the road. But if we can continue talking with our partners about that, I would guess that that would be available at some point because more cities are going to be doing this. So something I'd just be interested in tracking and trying to stay ahead of.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will mention that. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to add something to that. City manager has mentioned to us that he'd like to see us explore what possibilities we could partner with the private sector to have them install these sensors in private lots and have it sync up to the data as well. So we still have additional avenues to explore for how to expand this.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Of course, that sent me back to the map, the mention of private lots. Before, what I was going to suggest, though, is I'm just riffing off of what Councilmember Pascal and Councilmember Falcone are talking about, but one thing we could do and should do is get the QR code into the hands of all the businesses downtown, so they can choose to or choose not to include it on their website. But if I'm thinking about going to, I don't know, Grape Choice, it would be nice if I can click to make a reservation on their website and also click and go to and see what the parking situation's like. I also, if I can spin off just a little bit, I mean, there's a couple of lots I think about downtown that aren't on here, like what my boys call the scary lot. I think we all know what the scary lot is. It's the 50% grade lot where we.
By the staircase?
Yeah, so public parking, not in our system. We should and probably will be talking about the library. If you look at the PDF of our downtown parking map, there's the Westerly lot. There's also public parking on Market. All of those are potential expansions. Of course, that means money for technology and et cetera, but I'm just curious.
So we should probably tell them the price of a hockey puck.
What is it?
It's about $400 per. Yeah, and so we could map other available parking here, but it wouldn't have the live data. I do want to mention something that Councilmember Pascal mentioned about accessibility. We did want to make sure that people were not required to download an app. So, it's just you have a link, you have a QR code, you can go straight to it. But right now they don't have an app available. So I wanted to address that. And then getting back to what you were saying, I have another slide about the garage. We can talk about the garage. In terms of the scary lot, I have a feeling that might be the one lot we might leave alone. The one perpetually.
Kim, if we should describe, the $400 is for the installation of the puck itself, which has a 10-year lifespan, but there is an annual subscription fee to collect and process all this data into the dashboard, which is why this is a pilot. We've paid for this upcoming year.
Gotcha. Yep. So expansion is not without cost. Gotcha. Thanks.
Anyone else? The active transportation information is a great idea. One of the things I thought when I looked at this is, and I realized it won't be live data, but it would be helpful to put on this map where the bike racks are.
Okay, yeah.
So it's easy to see. And I'm also curious about the contrasting of the colors. Like, have they been tested so that anyone with vision issues can see the difference between?
We asked that, and they said that this color scheme has worked for that, and they've worked, we asked a lot of questions about that in the beginning, and they've kind of worked through these with other cities too. I will be looking for folks that, I know there's some staff internal that will help us test it too.
Councilmember Falcone?
I just want to add on to that and just say a little bit more strongly that I would like to see more color contrast, like in my line of questioning with the accessibility parking. I don't have vision issues, and I really struggled with that, and so I think that others may as well. If there are particular things that we feel like we want to make sure highlight that are really easy to see, I don't see the harm in having it be like a different color, being like yellow for something and red and, I don't know, other color schemes, just so when people, maybe even, I mean, anyway, I think it might be helpful to have some contrast there.
Sure. Thank you. Anyone else?
I just have a couple more slides. Let me stop sharing this and go, let's see. Oh shoot, I ended up. You hid your controls. I hid my controls. Yeah, let's see. Oh, here we go, thank you. Okay. Okay. So, garage. There are quite a few technologies that we can explore to count in the garage. For the parking report that was shared in last May, we had Diamond do daily counts for us. It's obviously not the same as having live data, and encouraging people to park in the garage is important. There are quite a few technologies. There's the picture on the top is kind of the top tier cameras that look down, and you have the red light and green lights similar to what you'd find at the airport. The bottom right image, that is also from our 11X sensor company. These are above ground sensors. We wouldn't core into the ground that we would as we're doing on street. But they're only less than an inch tall, and they're tapered. So, and similar pricing as the other sensors. Are about 400 stalls in the garage. Another technology is an ingress egress. My understanding, we've been having a lot of conversations about this with our vendor recently. There is a risk of a higher incidence of errors in the counts that can kind of build upon themselves if they're not corrected on a daily basis. The sensors are obviously the most accurate. With all of the technologies, there's the opportunity for having the dynamic signage. I know that's been brought up before. So we're preparing to have cost estimates for all of these for the next time we chat about it. And then just two more slides. another powerful tool of this, I'm not going to demonstrate this tonight, but we have, all of this feeds into an internal dashboard. It's all integrated, not just with the sensors, with our pay stations and with pay by phone, so we can compare if people are paying to, or if there's an actual car park there, so we can kind of start to get a sense of that. There are all kinds of really powerful pieces of information. I know this is a little hard to see. This bottom graphic is kind of shows the both the like the dwell time and the occupancy for our 15-minute stalls, and so when you can compare I know it's really tiny, but the data does show that people are generally following the rules for the 15-minute stalls. Between kind of 12 and 20 minutes-ish, so not too bad. So there's a lot of powerful data. We can even put together scenarios and pricing scenarios and all kinds of things with our dashboard. So that's for us, and the heat map up here is kind of fun. So we will plan to launch the pilot web map June 2nd. We are also preparing a lot of other information, as I mentioned. We're getting quotes for the garage and other technologies. Should council decide to expand sensors or to even expand parking, we're putting together a lot of information, getting information about what other cities have done. We'll return to council in 2026. And we also have the curb management plan, which is intended to be citywide and not just parking. It's unfunded right now, but it is an action in the TSP. And so that.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Is any of this technology recording the license plate or identification of the car?
No,
Okay.
no.
So this will never lead to ticketing?
No, there is the opportunity to integrate with our license plate readers. Our employee permit management management tool that I mentioned, and then also our pay stations can also kind of begin to integrate that should we move in that direction to expand the use of the license plate readers, should enforcement go that direction. Right now they do a mix of using license plate readers and looking at window clings for permits and kind of paid stubs in people's windows. But this technology does not collect any personal information. It uses a magnetometer.
Okay.
It's just, yeah, just magnets.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
That was really cool.
Yeah, appreciate you all and great suggestions.
It was not boring.
Two interesting presentations.
Thank you very much.
I never thought parking would be interesting, but it kind of is.
City manager, I'm feeling like
Okay.
Yeah, I think we probably should just go ahead and do it at the end, at the normal schedule, so that we can have the break.
All right, that concludes our study session for the evening. We'll be back at 7:30 for our regular meeting. Thanks, everybody.
I know this is a plot.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So we will be declaring this Mental Health Awareness Month. We have special guests here, Monique Martinez, the Executive Director For Tomorrow, and some special guests with her are going to come up and receive the proclamation.
Everybody's welcome.
I do want to note that in the memo attached to the packet, there is information about how to get help in a crisis, including the 988 phone number and the 911 phone number, and also that we have a new resource in Kirkland, the Connections Kirkland 24/7 Crisis Clinic, and the link to that is also in our webpage. So please use those resources if you need them.
So today we'll be proclaiming May as Mental Health Awareness Month in Kirkland. Whereas Mental Health Awareness Month has been observed since 1949 to raise awareness and understanding of mental illness and mental wellness, whereas mental health is essentially to every person's overall well-being and ability to thrive, yet stigma, systemic inequities, and pandemic impacts affect access to care and support, and whereas nearly 40% of King County residents and over 10% of King County adults have reported ongoing mental health challenges, highlighting the urgent need for access and inclusive care, and whereas 988, the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, is a free 24-hour-a-day resource that anyone experiencing mental health or emotional crisis may call for, text for, or get help on. Whereas the City of Kirkland invests in local mental health programs that provide cultural responsiveness, multilingual, and trauma-informed care, including services offered by organizations such as For Tomorrow, Asian Counseling, and Referral Services, and Indian American Community Services, which collectively help meet the diverse needs of Kirkland residents, and whereas the city honors the strength and resilience of individuals experiencing mental health challenges and celebrates the professional advocates and community organizations who support healing, recovery, and connections every day. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, proclaims the month of May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Kirkland and encourages all community members to engage in learning, reflection, and action that supports mental health, reduces stigma, and ensures care is accessible to everyone. Madam Mayor, here you are.
Sure. Do you want to hold that? Good evening, everyone. Buenas noches a todos. On behalf of For Tomorrow, I want to express how truly honored we are to receive this mental health proclamation from the City of Kirkland. It means so much to us to be recognized by a city that not only talks about community well-being, but actively invests in it, so thank you. Working alongside the city, especially in relaunching the Kirkland Teen Union building, has been a powerful example of what can happen when we prioritize safe, creative, and affirming spaces for young people. The city's commitment to youth mental health is more than appreciated, it's essential, and we're deeply grateful for being a part of that journey. At For Tomorrow, we work hard to shift the mindset that mental health is something that we only address in a crisis. Like physical health, it's something that we nurture daily. Building resilient communities means equipping people with tools for emotional regulation, healthy boundaries, self-awareness, and creative expression. That's the work that we do, and we're proud to do it with partners like you.
Thank you again for this incredible honor and for standing with us in this work of healing, hope, and building a better tomorrow. Thank you.
We are now moving on to items from the audience. This is a time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We will provide up to 45 minutes for our items from the audience portion, with no more than 6 speakers on a subject regardless of their position on the subject. If you would like to address the council during items from the audience, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or the posted QR code in chambers. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please do not clap or applaud or openly express your agreement or disagreement with the speaker. When that happens, even when it's being openly supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive of the meeting and discourage others from sharing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities and making personal attacks against others, and we ask that you direct your comments to council, not to staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. As a reminder, state law does not allow items from the audience to be used for promoting, opposing, or discussing a candidate's campaign or a ballot proposition. Kirkland prides itself on being a respectful, welcoming community. We want everyone to feel like they belong in council chambers, expressing their viewpoints. City Clerk, who do we have signed up?
Our first 3 speakers are Allison Warner, Phil Allen, and Jessica Rowe. Allison is virtual.
Allison?
Hello, how are you?
Good, go ahead.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me time to speak. I tonight just wanted to provide a little bit of context and a few comments as related to what will be addressed tonight as item 9B, the Juanita Community Initiated Amendment and North Juanita Center Zoning Code. I work for Balboa Retail Partners. We own the Goodwill, the Juanita Goodwill site, and we've been working for the past year or more with city staff, speaking with the Planning Commission, have spoken in front of you guys before, to help inform what zoning code could look like at our site in order to implement policy J20. So to that effect, you know, we still have a tenant that has term for a few more years. So the site is not actually ready for redevelopment quite yet. So we've been exploring options. What could be built here? What could that look like? And how does that meet the goals of policy J20? And how do we draft zoning code around that? So we've explored everything from kind of a maximum density below grade parking that achieves about 600 units with ground floor retail that, quite frankly, in today's marketplace would be really challenging to finance as a single project, and would be a long shot to get constructed. In the middle of that, we've looked at what's called wrap construction, where you build an above grade garage, you wrap that garage with apartments. That achieves more like somewhere between 400 to 500 units of apartments with ground floor retail. Also 400 to 500 is a really big number from a financing standpoint today, and a wrap construction project is actually very challenging to phase if that were an option for an actual development to move forward. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we've looked at, hey, what could this site look like with a variety of housing, with both multifamily as well as townhomes? And what achievable densities could you get there? And that site's still pretty large at about 330 units, over 250 apartments, ground floor retail, really implementing that gateway corner that is, that property has potential to be, while again providing a variety of housing. There's demand in today's marketplace for both ownership and rental opportunities. That being said, when this project moves forward for an actual development in the next 2 to 3 years, we might be in a different marketplace, and that larger project might make more sense. So to that effect, staff has been wonderful. Really appreciate all the time and hard work that they've put into this so far, and the thoughtfulness to make sure that things like ground floor height clearance and max building height kind of achieve all of these goals that we've explored. And we look forward to how the zoning change moves forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Phil Allen.
Hello, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, esteemed City Council, thank you for your time here tonight. I am here on behalf of Friends of Taylor Fields, and I believe at the last City Council meeting, there was some discussion of the appeal of the NERTS siting process and final EIS, and I just wanted to talk a bit about that. Now, I'm going to talk more about the why, though there's many reasons why, but I think what I'm going to focus in on tonight is the trustworthiness of the county in relation to that general area. Now, we're going to go back to 2005. In 2005, the city of Kirkland and King County signed a memorandum of understanding about some changes for the site, and we'll go through point by point here in a moment. And since then, actually back in 2021, as part of NERTS, the county started using it as justification, as reasoning, here's the agreement between the city and the county. Great, let's look at it. Because I think looking at the integrity of the folks involved, of the county in general, and how it relates to Kirkland and whether they've been a good partner in these things, helps relate to maybe the future. So let's go proviso by proviso. I believe you have slides in front of you. If I see people flipping, proviso part number 1, proviso 1 is to get the overall intake at the Houghton Transfer Station down to 135,000 tons a year over a course of 10 years. They didn't make it. They made it down to in the 150s from the 180s. It took them 6 more years. They did eventually get it, but they didn't accomplish what they agreed to accomplish. Proviso 2 has to do with leaving trucks there overnight. Now, this has been there for quite a while, and actually in January of this year, they decided that they were going to shut down the Cedar Hills landfill, which of course causes a backup at all the transfer stations on weekends. Now, if we look in a little bit more detail, this was amended at one point. We look at the detail. What it says is that they're going to, 1, have reports of how often they leave trucks overnight, and this should be a minimum, reasonable exceptions, and to give quarterly reports, which they stopped doing in 2020 with no dispensation, justification, anything in writing. And in 2024, Truck Deaver, acting solid waste programs director for City of Kirkland, said, hey, we hear you're going to try to close this down. What's your plan? The memorandum of understanding is still in effect. So please change your plans. Moving forward, provisos 3, 4, 5, 6 are all about construction. That was done fairly shortly thereafter, I believe all correctly. Proviso 7, we're going to skip for a moment. Proviso 8 is let's make sure that if the city of Kirkland is providing this valuable service, that it gets some amount of pay. And I've gone through the city budget. I don't see anything for 2023, 24, 25, 26 that would be that sort of money. So maybe it worked for a while. Maybe there's a new agreement that came along. 9 says they can't expand. Proviso 7 says someday they'll replace it. But my call to action to you, if they're not going to keep to a number of these others, is to take all their agreements with healthy skepticism and perhaps accept no deals from the county at all until they get everything in order.
Thank you
very much, City Council.
Jessica Rowe.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Jessica Rowe. I'm a land use attorney with McCullough Hill. I'm here representing Carl Peterson, the owner of the Michaels site. Just wanted to thank you all again for your work on this. You're going to be studying this, or not study session, but business item later tonight. Here to say just broadly, thanks again for your support. My theme tonight, I think, on the Michaels site that I would like to convey to you is it is a constrained site, and that is why we asked for the 75 feet in height and the reduction in parking, because it's going to have wetlands buffers. It has the access challenges that we're working on, and our architect and our transportation engineer are here to chat a little bit about that as well. But our goal for the zoning, therefore, is to allow for some flexibility on this site to make sure that the end goal of housing is achieved. We do think we can get housing on this site. We're excited about it. We're not sure we can get all of the planning goals, all of the menu of options on the site that might be. We might need flexibility on ground floor commercial. We might need some flexibility on some of the other things. We'll have landscaping, transportation improvements, sidewalk improvements, and housing. But we are asking for some flexibility on the ground floor commercial and reduced parking. And staff will talk about that will be consistent with new state law here as well. So that is my thing on Michael's. Thank you all for your support. We're going to have more from our team talk about that. With my remaining time, I'm just going to touch on one other item on the agenda, which is the LRM, the last, maybe close to the last item on the agenda on artificial turf. We represent a client who would be supportive of this. Your option 2 in your memo to study a code amendment on this. Their situation, and it seems like a lot of other homeowners may be facing the same situation where their house and their driveway bring them very close to the lot coverage limit, and so then they can't install any artificial turf in their backyard without exceeding the lot limit, or the lot coverage limit. So it feels like a practical solution to look at. We appreciate you looking at it. Councilmember Tin Chisholm, thank you for bringing it up in the last meeting. And especially our point on this as well is with the improvements of turf that have evolved over time, it's now pervious and more sustainable, less of an environmental concern. And in particular, because not really an aesthetic concern either, because these are installations, a lot of them would just be in the backyard of a single-family home. So hoping for some flexibility there, and appreciate all of your work and support. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Our next 3 speakers are Jeff Schramm, Meredith Everest, and Alex Zimmerman.
Jeff Schramm.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jeff Schramm. I'm a transportation engineer and consultant with 10W. We have an office here in Kirkland. I'm here tonight to briefly talk about some of the transportation work that we've done on the Michael site for the owner. We know that as part of a rezone and any sort of increase in density that creates traffic impacts. I've been in front of the Planning Commission a couple times answering a lot of traffic-related questions, but I thought I'd share with you a couple of things that we've found from our preliminary analysis that might be helpful, just to provide a little bit of understanding on what would happen when the site is rezoned. We've looked at a scenario that has about 170 units on it, which would be approximately what would be anticipated with maybe 3,000 to 4,000 square feet of ground floor retail. Oftentimes, as part of our traffic work, we understand that 170 units is going to generate some level of traffic. But when we compare that to the Michaels store that's on the site today, just using standard engineering practice, the site would actually generate on a daily basis fewer trips than what the current Michaels store does. I think that's important to understand, that this is not just a vacant site that would be creating traffic. There are traffic generation at the site already. The other thing that a lot of questions come up about is access. The site is very tight, it's constrained. It has a driveway that's very close to the intersection at Juanita Drive, which limits the ability for cars to get in and out. I think it's important to note that the site has an easement agreement with adjacent property that allows cross access and parking, so that not only the Michael store today, but any rezone would have the ability to continue to traverse the site to the adjacent property, which provides another driveway further away from the intersection, which will help to be able to ensure a new development has good access in and out. The final thing I wanted to mention is, with a site development, is really going to enhance that corner. That corner right now, if you've seen it or been by it, is very tight. It's a pretty popular corner for pedestrians to walk between the different parks. The sidewalk is pretty narrow. There's a chain link fence that's, kind of keeps it safe from a grade difference. The signal equipment there from the light is right there. With the redevelopment, would actually create a better pedestrian experience there, wider sidewalk, better views, better opportunity for the pedestrians. Because of that, the site actually, as a rezone and as a redevelopment, I think will enhance that corner. It's a gateway corner for the city, for the different neighborhoods, and as I mentioned. So just wanted to share a little bit of information. A lot of questions come up on traffic as you consider the rezone. I thought that might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Meredith Everest.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Meredith Everest, and I'm with Bayless Architects. And we have been working with the applicant on the Michaels site, assisting with development options to just study the site to see what's possible. Through the process, one question that has come about with the community and with the staff is essentially to further understand the impacts of the wetland on the development. And we have recently spoken with the wetland consultant, and we understand that the wetland will require about a 110-foot buffer plus another 10 feet from that buffer for building structures. So that impacts the site by about 1/3, leaving about 2/3 of the site for the building footprint as well as site improvements, frontage improvements, and easements. So I'm here to answer any questions if they arise. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Alex Zimmerman.
Sie Heil, dem fascist junta. My name is Alex Zimmerman. I live here for 40 years. I have 6,000 days of trespass, and 5 times King Country prosecute me. Yeah. I have very good news for you guys. Week ago come statistic, and for King County this is very important, because King County, for my understanding, #1 fascist county in America. So, what is this statistic talk? So, Democrat regime dead, collapse. For last 5 years, from #1, we come to #10. And crime, housing, and homeless, we are best of the best from bottom. What does this mean, guys? From 1 to 10. It's collapse for 5 years. Similar situation happened in German Nazi in 45, for 5 years, from 40 to 45. Similar situation happened in Soviet Union. 91 collapse from 87 to 91. Collapse, 1 to 10. You understand? So right now I speak to everybody who support Democrat. I think that these people are mentally sick, don't understand what is mean common sense. Common sense told when statistically location, King County or state Washington, who controlling by 30 years a democratic fascist, you know what is mean, regime, fallen down, Bantay floors. That's it, it's collapse. No more democratic fascism, because when you collapse like German Nazi or Soviet commie, you need something change. For this, we need a different kinds of people. When we not support a different kinds of people, fallen will be down and down and down. Is this exactly what has happened? No exception for last 5,000 years. 30-year control, fascism control is a typical after approximately many government after 30-year collapse, because you cannot use fascism regime for a long time. Look in Europe, look in South America, 30 years is it. For this I support Trump. As member of MAGA, you know what it means, because it's common sense what is we need right now for America. We need bring America back, in county back, what is he lose before. You understand? Viva Trump, viva new American Revolution. Stand up, stop and acting like a degenerativные idioты. Stop, support Democrats.
Time's up.
Yeah, what's up? I know this, it's collapse.
City Clerk?
Our next three speakers are Kate Conant, David Haynes, and Liz Hunt.
Kate? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kate Conant. I'm a 25-year Kirkland resident currently living in the Juanita neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding Agenda Item 9B, the zoning code amendments for the JDB4 area affecting the present Michaels and Cathcali properties. My comments are in regard to the public health benefit requirements section of the zoning code on page 143 of the council packet. We have here an opportunity to develop a lakeside walking path between the parks. Numerous city studies and plans have referred to the vision of joining Juanita Bay Park and Juanita Beach Park. From the current Juanita neighborhood plan, bolded in italic text, it says continuous shoreline access between Juanita Bay Park and Juanita Beach Park is important. The missing link should be acquired, provided it does not negatively impact sensitive areas. Another quote, this time about pedestrian access in my neighborhood. There are several areas in Juanita where improved pedestrian access would be highly desirable to the residents. The number one area was along Washington Lakeshore from Juanita Bay Park to Juanita Beach Park. The shoreline management plan says of shoreline in the JBD4 area, waterfront access trails are missing in key locations, limiting access between Juanita Bay Park and Juanita Beach Park. Should properties redevelop in this area, public access should be required as part of redevelopment proposals. And in talking about the Juanita Business District, future redevelopment along the shoreline in the Juanita Business District should emphasize Juanita Bay as a key aspect of the district's identity, highlighting recreational opportunities available at Juanita Beach Park and providing better visual and pedestrian connections to both Juanita Bay and Juanita Beach Park and to Lake Washington. The Michaels Building was built 65 years ago in 1960. Redevelopment opportunities are rare. Please use this opportunity to make good on the promises held forth by these city plans. I hope you'll encourage the Planning Commission and staff to prioritize work toward park connections. We need to leverage this unique opportunity to provide the gift of a lovely waterfront path to current and future Kirkland residents. Thank you.
Thank you. David Haynes, I assume he's virtual?
He is virtual. He is not currently online.
All right, we will move to Liz Hunt. Welcome.
Good evening, council members and staff. I want to speak this evening about the proposed new zoning code for development agreements. It got pushed to June. You're not going to talk about it tonight, but I'm glad that you will have more time to consider this topic because it could have significant impacts. I can see the benefits of codifying the city's ability to negotiate and adopt development agreements. Some of the changes are straightforward. Planning Commission can hold the public hearing instead of council, fine. However, there's some very vague wording in this new section, and that, I believe, is a serious issue. The new section, if you haven't read it yet, defines a big swath of land in Kirkland, 14 miles long, that could get special treatment by developers. What special treatment? It's not clear. Just additional development flexibility. How does a property qualify for this extra flexibility? That is not clear. How much land are we talking about? It's more than it actually looks like at first. At the public hearing last month, multiple planning commissioners asked for clarity on these items, but their requests were not addressed. I strongly urge you to push for clarity in this new zoning wording that is being proposed. I'll provide you a little bit more detail on the vague wording here. Number one, how does a property qualify for this special treatment? The property needs to be, quote unquote, suitable for transit-oriented development. Two planning commissioners asked for wording to be added requiring access to quality transit, but that clarification was not added. How much property would qualify for this special treatment? Anywhere in a strip of land on either side of 405 through all along the 7 miles of 405 through Kirkland. So that's a total of 14 miles. How wide is that 14-mile strip? It's not clear. It initially appears to be a 1/4 mile wide, starting at the right-of-way, edge of the right-of-way, and then going out from there. But the property that could get special treatment doesn't have to be all inside that 1/4 mile. It just needs to have a little toe that fits inside that 1/4 mile, and then the whole property can qualify. So, for example, if the Houghton Park and Ride property has a little piece that nicks into that 1/4 mile zone, then the entire property becomes relevant. So I encourage you to please look this over in detail and push for more clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, when will we be looking at this?
It's coming to the June 3rd council meeting, the next council meeting.
Thank you. All right, who do we have next?
Our last speaker signed up currently is Scott Morris. They are virtual and they are online.
And I assume Mr. Haynes is not back.
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Scott, go ahead. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize for the delay. I was just trying to join as a panelist. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk. I'm Scott Morris of the Finn Hill Neighbor Alliance, and good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. The Finn Hill Neighbor Alliance submitted a letter with respect to, I guess it's item 9B, the rezoning proposals for what are commonly known as the Michaels and Goodwill sites. And I just wanted to make a few comments about that letter. First of all, we wanted to give a big thank you to the planning staff for quickly responding to some of the questions we have raised in that letter. We definitely appreciate the attention that they gave to our letter. But in addition to that, I think we'd like to make it clear that with respect to some of the traffic issues associated with these proposed rezones and developments, we think it's well worth the council and the planning commission to take time now to dig deeply into traffic impacts. We know that the normal process is that a full traffic impact analysis would be deferred until the projects are actually submitted for review. Given that these are rezones of specific parcels, we think it is appropriate to dig a little deeper than might be the normal process, particularly given citizens' concern about traffic on those intersections. And we note that I guess currently the level of service for the intersection at 98th and 116th is listed as acceptable, but I think for a lot of Finn Hill residents who pass through there on a daily basis, it doesn't feel acceptable right now. Last comment is with respect to affordable housing. We've heard that if these projects are not developed to the full potential of 600 units in Goodwill and 170 in Michaels, with a 10% set aside for inclusionary affordable housing, that may jeopardize the city's commitment to the Puget Sound Regional Council for affordable housing as part of the comp plan update. We're talking 67 units here. It's a little hard to understand why perhaps a less aggressive rezone, which might yield 30 or 40 affordable units, would actually jeopardize that commitment across the entire city. And I think we're a little unclear, and I presume citizens are unclear on how these calculations are performed. So again, for the, I think, benefit of the public and the public record, it would be good to have more transparency on that. Those are my comments, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. All right, City Clerk, anyone else?
There are no more speakers signed up, and David Haynes never joined.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We are now going to move on to special presentations. Next on our agenda, with an update on the Kirkland Flag Learners Advisory Group, otherwise known as K-Flag. City Manager?
All right. So thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. We are actually going to have this presentation made by our Deputy City Manager of External Affairs, Jim Lopez. We're actually suggesting a change to the process that we have around K-Flag, and Jim's going to provide a little background and then our recommendation as staff to the council.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. It's my pleasure to be here in front of you tonight talking about a fun, engaging project, the creation of a Kirkland flag. And I'll talk about it through a very important component part of the project, which is the K-Flag, cleverly termed the Kirkland Flag Learners Advisory Group. We're good with our acronyms. So taking a step back, because this is really just an update to the council, so I thought maybe I'd go through the history of it. And then as the city manager noted, we have a recommendation at the end, which is to extend the process, and there are several good reasons for that. But let's take a minute to learn a little bit about, hang on now, here we are, what the project actually is. Well, the project stems from Resolution R 5636, which is to create an official city flag for the city, and to create a robust process by which we would create that flag, including workshops and community meetings and the creation of an advisory group. And maybe I should just do that. Thank you. I'll just push, you can just push me along. The advisory group would be part of that engagement process. And the advisory group is designed to bring leaders of diverse perspectives, experience, and insights to provide recommendations to the council. So we do some workshops, we teach people a little bit about flags, we convene the advisory group, we do a big open call for all these creative ideas around flags. The advisory group hones them down and we bring them to the council. That's kind of the plan. The advisory group itself, and I'm going to put all this on a timeline. We love a good timeline, so I'll show you how it all works. But just so you know, the advisory group, we did a broad recruitment for them, and all the people that applied, all 17 were accepted to be on the group. 11 chose to move forward. It's a little bit of a time commitment. And they were trained by the North American, and here I'm going to give it a go, Vexillological Association, I'm sure I got that wrong, known as NAVA, on the process of choosing a flag design. So they actually went through a workshop to learn how to do this, which was part of the plan to bring the council some creative flag designs. Next slide. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the history. This kind of goes back to 2013. Interestingly, Councilmember Toby Nixon was off to an AWC conference, and we don't have a flag, and I think they call it a logo on a bed sheet. A lot of folks, what they do, they take a logo, they throw it on a bed sheet, put it on a pole, and there is your city flag. And that's kind of been our unofficial flag. It was creative and served the purpose. But back in 2024, in February of 24, Councilmember Sweet presented an LRM, a legislative request memo. Do you remember doing that, Councilmember? And to explore options to create a new flag. Well, the council approved that, and that turned into Resolution 5636, and that was in July of last year. So that takes us to 2024. In October of last year, okay, so before then we did some fun things. The biggest of which is we had a big workshop on our huge meeting called City Hall for All. I don't know if you remember, we had a big workshop up there, and families and a lot of folks came in and gave opinions. They learned about flags. We had a lot of fun with that day. And we have done several other outreach items. And we did a big recruitment starting in October for the K-Flag, for the group. And that recruitment extended really all the way into this year. And we convened the K-Flag group in March of this year, late March. We had our first meeting with them. And I've already talked about how everybody was approved, accepted, and the like. Now, on October 1st through October 15th, we did as the council directed, we did a big open call for flag designs. We got some really cool creative flag designs, 42 of them. So we took those flag designs, closed the recruitment process, and then in April, we had our second meeting. The group met with NAVA, so now the group is learning about flag design. We decided to reopen the design submissions to get some more ideas. And the K-Flag group advised us to do a community survey as part of our work. Now, I'm going to share the results of that survey tonight. That takes us to May 1st, where K-Flag had their third review meeting, and we closed the submissions at 75 designs. We're very pleased with that. 75 is a good, robust number. And in May, the group, their task was to hone that down to 6 semifinalists. And that's part of our process, that we bring you the 6 semifinalists. Which brings us to this meeting, the update to the council on the process. Now, I am going to recommend tonight, staff is going to recommend tonight, that we push this out into the first quarter of 2026. Several good reasons for that. But before I do that, if it's okay, Madam Mayor, I'd like to share a little bit about the feedback from the survey, which is freshly in, just to give us some perspective of how we came to the process point where we are right now. So the K-Flag group asked us to ask 2 questions. One sounds like our podcast. What about the This Week in Kirkland podcast? What about Kirkland makes you proud? And 2, what colors, symbols, and concepts do you want to represent Kirkland in the future? Keep it simple. And the answers are interesting. Not surprising. 93% of folks thought pride in Kirkland through its natural beauty, parks, and people. That is a major influence. 86% mentioned natural elements like trees, water, parks, or our sky line. 76% blue and green were the most popular colors, interestingly, not surprisingly. 71% leaned toward a clean layout with just a few elements or colors. And 64% thought community, peaceful, family-friendly, or inclusive were words used to describe what they wanted the flag to represent. Nice stuff. So, with that in mind and all that data now in our group, and I do want to stop and give a lot of credit to Daniel Lazo and David Walbrecht, who did all this work. Bravo. That brings us to tonight. So tonight we feel we're in a good position, but we feel there's several reasons why it makes sense to push this into the first quarter of 2026. First and foremost, there's simply no rush on this. The city, we created the process. And if there was ever a little bit of sense of urgency, it was for the council's direction to see if we could launch the flag at the 4th of July parade. It's not likely, it is highly unlikely with our work program that we're going to be able to do that in a satisfactory way. So we don't have a time pressure. Our backup plan was to launch the flag, should the council approve it, at City Hall for All. But we still have to do City Hall for All, and we have to perform the Kirkland initiative, and we have the Fringe Festival this year. So we are up against a lot of work program items over the next several months to build all that. And third, I would say, by pushing it into the first quarter of the next year, it just allows, this is a feel-good, community-enriching endeavor. And it just allows the focus to be a lot more on the flag and the process, rather than some of the complexities of 2025 and the heavy work program that's upon us in 2025. It allows us to focus on the flags and not have them be a distraction. So with those 3 reasons, and there are more, we thought it would be helpful to move it to the first quarter. What we would do in the first quarter is we could come to the council with the 6 flags that the K-Flag has identified. The council has complete discretion to send us back, to tell us that they like them, to edit them. There's a lot of iterative opportunity in this process. But the idea is eventually to take them to the NAVA group, where they would professionally recommend 3 of those, and we would bring them back to the council for decision. Although all of that is very fungible, and we're very flexible on that. So with that, there is the update, and that is our recommendation.
Thank you, Jim. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Deputy City Manager, for your report today. I just have a question related to timeline on this. I know you had mentioned the July 4th parade as, and the City Hall for All as perhaps something if we were to use the previous schedule. Looking at the updated timeline for this, do we think it's realistic that we could perhaps debut, I think of like the original intent with when you went back to, I think, 2013, Toby Nixon, with the AWC flag, city flag parade ceremony thing that they have, I think it's in their June annual event, and also I think Flag Day is in June. So does that like a reasonable, I think that kind of makes sense. So I'm just wondering if we start back up in Q1 of 2026, if that's a reasonable kind of soft goal to be able to debut for those.
I think it is. I think we've got some really good material to bring you, and I think the staff can budget that time very well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Sweet.
There was a question raised from someone today in our communications about all of those submissions being able to subject to an additional review or additional feedback. I just hope that we're taking that into consideration to bring everybody up to speed with either new requirements or whatever. It was a little bit vague about what it was.
Well, we can certainly look into that, Councilmember Sweet, but the process is in front of us. We can make any changes that you'd like. I think it was a good, robust review by the K-Flag group on the 75 to get to the 6, but we can open it up or hone it down however the council would like.
Super. Then I support moving it out. I also think that the additional time will give us time to get more excited about it, because I have to admit that right now, I mean, we just had this enormous appreciation event that we're still all trying to figure out how we made it through. I mean, there's just been so much going on this year that I think we tend not to want to do things just a little.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Agreed.
Anyone else? So I support your recommendation that there's too much going on in 25 and let's move it to 26. I do want to express to our K-Flag members my gratitude for their dedication and their contribution to this process. I know that they have been working hard and are incredibly enthusiastic, and I understand there's a high school student that is brilliant on flag design. So please, please, please express to our K-Flag members how much that we appreciate the work that they've done. And I hope that this isn't terribly disappointing to them. They can catch their breath and we'll pick it up in 26. But I also want to express gratitude to the 75 entrants. So I hope that our communication out is we're grateful, we're appreciative. We would like to relaunch this with renewed enthusiasm in 26, and we hope they'll come along with us.
We will do that, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Okay. We are going to move on to the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor to present the audit of accounts and to highlight the proclamations we have on consent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,728,653.52 and bills in the amount of $5,390,084.23. Tonight, the mayor, on behalf of City Council, will be issuing 4 additional proclamations. First, May 17th through 23rd is proclaimed as Safe Boating and Paddling Week, which encourages everyone enjoying Kirkland's beautiful waterways to boat smart, boat safe, and always wear life jackets. Second, May 18th through 24th is proclaimed as Public Works Week, which provides us an opportunity to celebrate and recognize the vital behind-the-scenes work of our public works professionals whose efforts every day support the health, safety, and quality of life in Kirkland. Thank you to those employees for your service to the city. Next, May is Jewish American Heritage Month, inviting our community to celebrate the rich cultural heritage and contributions of Jewish Americans in Kirkland and across the country, honoring the diversity that strengthens us. And finally, May is also Building Safety Month, which allows us to highlight the importance of safe and resilient buildings and invites the community to engage with educational activities and building safety throughout the month.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there a motion?
Yes, I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
I heard Councilmember Tim Chizen, so it's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Tim Chizen to move forward the consent calendar. Are there any questions, comments, or discussion? Do we have an ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay. City Clerk, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Yes. Roll, she said roll. Yes, here, yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes, consent calendar has been approved, 7-0. All right, we are now moving under our business item before 8:30. This has got to be a record. Our first item is rezoning the former Houghton Park and Ride and several Finn Hill parcels to a park designation. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So that title is fairly self-explanatory, but we're going to give you a small background on it and look for action tonight. Here to give that presentation is our senior planner, Lindsay Levine.
All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. My name is Lindsay Levine. I'm here from the Planning and Building Department, and I'm going to talk about rezoning the former Houghton Park and Ride and several Finn Hill parcels from the park and to the Park and Open Space Zone. So I'll have a very brief staff presentation, and then we'll open it up to council questions and then council deliberation. Since we haven't had a rezone in a while, I want to provide a really quick refresher. A land use designation is a policy level designation, and it represents the main use of the area and is shown in the city's land use map. Since it's a policy level designation, it does not establish development standards for specific uses. While zoning is the division of land use into use zones, and each of these zones has land use regulations and development standards like maximum allowed height, and that differs from other zoning standards and zoning types. The zoning designations for land within the city are shown in the zoning map, and tonight we're proposing 2 rezones from low-density residential to the park and open space zone, so that changes the name and color on the map, and that development standards on those properties are subject to, and that's why a rezone is also known as a zoning map amendment. And I'd like to note that while most zoning types have specific development standards, the park and open space zone has very flexible development standards that are determined on a case-by-case basis by the parks director. And that allows for flexibility since each park and community center is unique. The park zone is used for all parks and recreation facilities throughout the city. So for the first of the properties, we have the Houghton Park and Ride, or the former Houghton Park and Ride, shown in the hatching and in purple. The city is proposing to rezone this property from low-density residential to park and open space zone. The city bought this property in 2023 and intended for it to become a community aquatic center. But since that ballot measure did not pass, the city has activated this property, and it's now a temporary park known as the Houghton Park and Play. In 2023, the land use designation was amended to transit-oriented development, or TOD, in order to be flexible with whatever could happen at the site in the future. The land use designation and the park zone are compatible, as zoning districts associated with the TOD can accommodate a range of uses like recreational, civic, residential, and commercial. And as we know, the Seattle Kraken approaches the city to build an Iceplex at this site, and that includes a portion of this building as a community center for the city. But it's important to note that that project is separate from this proposed rezone, and the council is continuing to evaluate this Kraken proposal. And in the future, the city could consider rezoning the northern portion of the property once WashDOT easements are removed from the property. And next, we have the Finn Hill parcels outlined here in the thick yellow line. Again, same concept, rezone from low-density residential to park and open space zone. And these 5 parcels that make up the property are forested, and only one of them are actually publicly accessible, and that's via 90th Ave Northeast. The city bought these properties last year, and they would be added to Juanita Heights Park, as you can see on the north end of these properties. Although the city is not in an active planning phase at this time to develop the property into a park. But there is community interest in creating a trail through these parcels to connect to the main portion of Juanita Heights Park. The community members advocating for this trail envision that the trail would connect to the park on the north and then also through the south to get to Northeast 117th Place, and that would be through an additional city-owned property, which is already zoned as park and open space. And the Planning Commission held a public hearing on March 13th. It was unanimously recommended to approve these zoning map amendments as presented by staff. We did not receive any public comments related to the former Houghton Park and Ride portion of it. We did receive 20 emails supporting the Finn Hill portion of it. And there was one community member that testified in support of the Finn Hill rezones at the public hearing. And as a final step, we request that council consider adoption of the ordinance. I will pass it to the mayor for any questions.
Thank you, Lindsay. Council, any comments, questions? I'll take a motion. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we adopt Ordinance 04903, an ordinance of the City of Kirkland relating to zoning and land use and amending the City of Kirkland zoning map to rezone certain parcels to park/open space, ...
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black to move forward ordinance 4903. All those in favor, please. Oh, roll call. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Councilmember Tim Chizen,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Aye.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes, the ordinance has been approved, 7-0. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
All right, we are now moving on to 9B, which is the Juanita Community Initiated Amendment Request and the North Juanita Center Zoning Code Amendment. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the goal tonight is to check in on the Juanita Community Initiated Amendment Request. This has gone through a discussion with the Planning Commission, but before it goes back for public hearing and final action, we want to check in with the council and see if you had any thoughts to provide to the staff and to the Planning Commission. We're also joined by Angela Rosman from the Planning Commission, who's also here to answer questions about the Planning Commission's review. So thank you, Angela, for being available tonight. Here to make that presentation is our senior planner, Leandra Baker-Lewis. Welcome, Leandra.
Thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. It is my pleasure to be returning to your chambers to brief you on a familiar topic. It's been a while since we've spoken about this, but I'll be briefing the Council tonight on 2 projects on the Planning Work Program, both scheduled for 2025. These are the Juanita Zoning Code Amendments for the JBD4 zone and for the North Juanita Neighborhood Study Area. These are 2 community-initiated amendment requests, meaning the property owners for the sites have requested zoning changes, as we've heard during items from the audience. And those changes will hopefully enable a mixed-use development at each respective location. I have a pretty info-rich presentation for you, and I'll try to be efficient with my time, but please stop me if context-sensitive questions or comments come up. Okay, we're going to share with the audience online. Thank you. All right. Oops. Go back a little bit. Forgive me, it's not letting me change slides. Okay. All right, thanks for your patience there. The agenda is shown on screen. We'll start with a project overview, review some community engagement to date. We'll talk a little bit about what the Planning Commission has been up to in regards to these requests, specifically the JBD4 and BC1 zoning amendment direction that they've provided thus far. I'll go over a project timeline, and then we'll open it up for discussion. So starting from the top, this all started big and broad with the K2044 update, the comprehensive plan update. We spent a lot of time with you to update the city's guiding documents for growth. And really what came out of that is was a multi-year process, and the direction provided us with an idea on using our neighborhood and commercial urban centers as the primary locations for doing the growing that we know we need to do. Through that update process, we also established through the Juanita Neighborhood Plan update that these two sites in question at what are commonly referred to as the Michaels and Goodwill sites are appropriate places for more neighbors and more businesses. And I'm sure you all remember that this wasn't a decision that was made lightly. There's evidence of that with our 300-page document that weighs all the environmental, transportation, and land use impacts of such growth in these areas, and that's known as our comp plan, SEIS. We also codified what else is appropriate at these locations, aside from new businesses and neighbors, through extensive community engagement and feedback from the public. So themes of community gathering, walking and rolling connections, safe and efficient access, and revitalization of Juanita's commercial areas were some themes that also emerged. And that's all reflected in policies J16 and J20 of the Juanita Neighborhood Plan, which direct us to develop zoning amendments that increase capacity at these locations. Now we're tasked with creating specific requirements and regulations that will apply to these sites. This slide is just to show that there was a lot of work done before this moment, and there will be a lot of work done after this stage to make sure that whatever materializes at these locations is up to our tried and true Kirkland standards. Real quick, I just wanted to point out some community engagement done to date regarding the zoning amendment phase of the project. Even since the beginning of this phase, we've worked hard to get the word out and initiate conversations with the community, and those have really helped shape what requirements we're working through now with the Planning Commission. As you have read and heard tonight, there have been recent comments and inquiries from the community, some of which were included in a letter from our friends at the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance. They did send a detailed letter to the council with several questions, and while we as staff have already responded, it's likely that their questions resonate with many people beyond just Finn Hill, so we'd like to use this time to just address some of those with you on record tonight. First and foremost, regarding traffic and levels of service, this slide is meant to describe the semi-current, meaning 2022 levels of service and future intersection performance at both study areas. So keeping it very high level, the SEIS data shows that these intersections are performing at acceptable levels of service, or they were at least in 2022. And with the concurrency projects identified in the Transportation Strategic Plan and funded within our 6-year capital improvement program, they'd continue to do so 20 years from now. It should be noted that the capital improvement program will be updated many times between now and then, leaving room for adjustments as we go and as we head to 2044. Regarding affordable housing targets, affordable housing targets in the context of House Bill 1220 stem from a state requirement for our cities to show that they have zoned capacity for housing that is considered affordable, or in this case attainable, for people who make 80% of the area median income or less. It should be made clear that this is not a construction requirement, and it's different than our inclusionary zoning, which require a certain percentage of units to be set aside in any particular development in certain areas of the city to be affordable at time of construction and in time of occupancy. So this affordable housing targets in the context of House Bill 1220 aren't construction requirements, but because Kirkland is a high-cost community, apartments are the type of housing that is countable, so to speak. So we're required and allowed to count apartment-type housing as affordable, and HB 1220 requires that we show that we have capacity for those. Again, not to say that we have to build them. These sites at their full requested capacity do help us meet our assigned affordable housing targets. It's one of the ways that we can accomplish the requirements of House Bill 1220. These are the options and locations within the city with energy around them. You've heard from the developers, or excuse me, the applicants and the property owners tonight that they are interested in redeveloping and adding housing and adding future homes for people at these sites. But if you choose to not rezone them to their full request, we could and probably should look at other places for apartment capacity to fulfill our House Bill 1220 requirements. I added some on-street parking impact analysis too, just for consideration. I'll skip over that unless there's specific questions. But moving on to Planning Commission meetings to date, the Planning Commission has been hard at work on these requests, most recently working through a large volume of information at their April 24th meeting to identify their preferred approach for a draft zoning code that enacts the guidance of the comp plan. So the Planning Commission has focused on what the appropriate zoning standards could be for each site, how much flexibility the code should allow at each site, and what options should be available to the development community in the future. We have, again, Vice Chair Angela Rosman here from the Planning Commission joining us remotely, and she's available to give her perspective on the Planning Commission direction provided thus far, if that's helpful. Hopping right into the first site, shown on screen, the JBD 4 zoning code amendments will apply to more than just the Michaels site. That was a decision that was made by the Planning Commission and by Council previously before the Juanita Neighborhood Plan was updated. These parcels, the Michaels parcel and the parcel directly to the south, comprise the entire JBD 4 zone, so we thought it was appropriate that development standards being amended apply to both sites. And we'll be using policy J16 as guidance for these zoning code amendments. The request from the property owner is summarized on screen, and although the request has evolved a bit, we've brought this information to you before and multiple times, so in the interest of time, I'll probably just move along and we can come back to this if we need. But that is the summary of the request. Thought it would be nice to break it up with a nice visual aid. This is a conceptual frontage image shown to help us kind of reimagine what this very popular corner and this very popular intersection could possibly look like with redevelopment. I wanted to include some high-level themes of engagement for each site as well. This is related to the JBD 4 zone specifically. This information has been really instrumental in our study of these sites, both. Much of the feedback is detailed in your meeting packet, and it builds on what we've heard through the comp plan update and through the Juanita Neighborhood Plan update. So I won't read these off, but it will be available if the council would like to dig into these points at the discussion time. So where did Planning Commission steer us to date? The Planning Commission has considered all of the community input, and they were able to reflect on a range of zoning standards, development standards at their April 24th meeting. During the meeting, they were able to provide some initial non-binding suggestions for draft code that would be considered at a future public hearing. They settled on the following for JBD 4. First and foremost, they recommended, or they suggested and preferred that the draft code brought to public hearing would reflect a 75-foot height max. This is aligned with the maximum height for the Juanita Village area at 78 feet is the allowed height just across the street. And for reference, the Widener building next door to the northwest sits at approximately 49 feet, and with the grade difference that sets the building above the site, the study area about 6 to 10 feet, just to give you a little bit of orientation there. The Planning Commission also preferred a draft code that increased the lot coverage at the site to 100%. This is something we typically allow this full coverage at in our other commercial zones, and it means that theoretically the site could be completely covered with impervious services, but in reality, with the landscaping requirements, required tree supplementation that comes with all redevelopment, with our public open space requirements that we'll get to in just a second, and with the critical area buffers and associated wetlands nearby, there's virtually no way that this site could be 100% covered with structures nor with impervious surfaces. So just to clarify, the 100% lot coverage doesn't mean that the entire site will be inundated with impervious surface. The Planning Commission was also comfortable not requiring additional landscape buffer requirements on top of the critical area buffer requirements that would separate a large portion of the study area from Juanita Bay Park. The Planning Commission also advised that our parking requirements in the draft code reflect House Bill 5184, or excuse me, Senate Bill 5184, which limits or eliminates in some ways minimum parking requirements for many developments in the entire state. And it's aimed to reduce costs, support housing production, and encourage alternative transportation options. So we'll be drafting code, unless directed otherwise, that reflects the requirements in that state legislation. The Planning Commission did not move forward with any firm requirements on upper story step backs, mainly due to the lack of visually impacted low-density residential nearby. It's essentially surrounded by commercial development and medium and high-density residential, and then public open space parks. But they did prefer that the draft code reflects design regulations that require some sort of moderation of vertical and horizontal scale. I have a slide that details the techniques that we require of other design districts, and this is within the Juanita Business District, so it will be subject to our design review process, which is very much in flux, as you're aware. With this approach, the applicant would be able to choose from a menu of techniques and features that we use in other design districts to achieve that architectural and human scale that we love so much about our commercial areas. Regarding public benefits, we know that we want a draft code that reflects frontage improvements that do more than what we traditionally require for pedestrian-oriented streets. This in particular is really important because the corner is, as we've heard, very popular. It's not really a pleasant experience. Two wheelchairs couldn't pass each other on the sidewalk as it stands. And so with redevelopment, there's a grand opportunity to allow for and require frontage improvements that kind of go above and beyond to accomplish city walkability goals, as well as enhanced placemaking experiences too. And this will do a lot for the entire Juanita Business District. We'll also be bringing forward options to the hearing for development standards surrounding requirements for off-street park-to-park connections. This is a long-time desire of the community, and it's in our established plans, as we've heard tonight from our community members. The recreational trail that could be established through an off-street connection between Juanita Bay Park and Juanita Beach Park is favorable to the Planning Commission, but they wanted us to bring forward information on how that would play out, what that would look like, and what the implications might be for our Parks Department. So we're working on that with them, and we'll be able to explore that a little bit more at the public hearing. They also required that we bring forward options for flexibility in our inclusionary zoning requirements, so maybe some alternative thresholds for affordability besides our standard 10% set aside of units that for folks who make 50% or less of the AMI and that applies for renter occupied units. So they requested some options for flexibility there. And then the Planning Commission was comfortable not requiring high-performing building standards in the draft code for the community to respond to. The Planning Commission did discuss the pros and cons of these requirements and their effects on overall project viability. And they're okay moving forward with no requirement, but open to more information. So we'll be pulling that together, both with the help of the property owners from their perspective, as well as kind of looking at what we do citywide and what we've done historically and our tradition of high-performing building standards for large rezones. And with that, I want to offer a pause. Madam Mayor, would you like to hear from the Vice Chair on these decisions, or we can also pause for questions from the council as my next slides deal with a completely different site?
Thank you. Let's bring Vice Chair Rosman on and see if she has anything to add and if council has any questions in particular for her.
Sure. Can you all hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thanks. So I guess I'll just go through a couple of these pieces. Number one, as far as the lot coverage to 100%, as you all know, that doesn't really mean 100%, but it is, what we see in our, neighborhood centers typically. So that was our recommendation there. As far as parking minimums, we figured that since the state legislation is coming, let's save staff time and streamline and do the update once instead of doing it twice back-to-back years. And then a big piece is also, paying attention to the fact that the owners of the Goodwill site asked for potential flexibility for townhomes on that site, which is not, again, what was originally planned for that site. And I consider it a flag that we really need to pay attention to because they said that it was for financing and feasibility reasons. So, figuring out what makes the most sense there, and if there is flexibility, then where would we find more density in somewhere else in trade? And as far as the high-performing building standard requirements, the reason why we didn't feel like that needed to be part of it is that the state code right now is already very rigorous, and we feel that it's more important that we get housing built in these close-in neighborhoods, and the cost and complication of that last little bit of green building is not necessarily worth the trade-off for getting the housing built. It was good to hear from the different owners on the transportation updates that we shouldn't see an increase in traffic because those two retail sites are, destination retail. So peak PM, they actually have a lot more in and out traffic because that isn't neighborhood retail. It's somewhere that people drive to. And so changing that over to mostly residential would actually drop or at most match what we're currently seeing traffic wise. And then as far as the affordability requirements for home ownership, the reason why we talked about that specifically with the Goodwill site was because they were discussing the potential of wanting to be able to do townhomes. And so if we actually did see home ownership, we would want to have that flexibility to at least 100% AMI based on what the nonprofit affordability groups that build affordable home ownership have asked in the past. I don't think there's necessarily a problem with having 100% for Juanita as well, but I don't think that we're seeing any kind of home ownership there, so it wasn't something we talked about. Happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the Vice Chair or Leandra? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Vice Chair Rosman, I just always appreciate having planning commissioners come and talk, and I thank you for taking time out of your night to do this. It's appreciated.
Thank you. All right, Leandra, back to you.
All right, thank you. Similarly, the North Juanita Center zoning amendments apply to 3 properties under single ownership, and the changes to the zoning code will apply only to the study area, which is currently zoned BC1. It's a commercial zone. It extends up north all the way to the Safeway in North Juanita. That is pretty much what comprises the North Juanita Neighborhood Center. So this is the beginning of that and sort of the gateway entrance at this property. And it's ideally the zoning amendments are guided by policy J20 of the Juanita Neighborhood Plan, which is available in attachment 1 of your packets. Again, the property owner request is detailed here. I'll move forward for the sake of time and efficiency, but the main update that I did want to point out and that we've heard about tonight is that the property owner is requesting flexibility in the allowed housing types, which we can get into right now. So the property owner for the study area, as you've heard, has explored multiple scenarios for achieving the objectives in the guiding policy J20. A couple of the conceptual images are shown here for the maximum density build out. So these are scenarios in which 500 to 600 units would be created. In these scenarios, 100th Avenue Northeast is really the center of the activity. It's activated with ground floor commercial uses, which helps feed into the neighborhood center to the north and create a sort of like harmony and unity between what goes here and what is existing to the north. Alternatively, as you heard, if the Planning Commission recommends and council ultimately approves a mixed-use development with attached dwelling units, commonly referred to as townhomes, could yield similar amounts of commercial space and a still activated 100th Avenue Northeast, it would result in less units per acre, but the details on the Planning Commission preference for this I will get into in just a moment. That's just schematically what it could look like. Similar amounts of commercial space provided. The corner is activated with the mixed-use buildings, and they mostly orient towards 100th Avenue. Some community engagement themes shown here. I'm happy to review these with
Leandra,
you.
sorry. Councilmember Sweet has a question.
Sure.
Leander, is the plan, if they went with the townhome and multifamily, to condominiumize the townhomes?
It's a good question. I don't know for sure. I think these would be for sale units. The townhomes
Then yes.
is what my understanding is, but there's no commitment from the property owner on that.
Thank you.
Of course. Okay, so back to the engagement themes. Happy to review these with you. They're elaborated on in your packet. Again, one note is that there has been some community support expressed for townhomes as an allowed use at the site, conditioned upon other public amenities and retail opportunities that support these new townhomes. So if it's integrated with commercial amenities, we heard that that was supported by some. Hopping into the direction provided thus far by Planning Commission, the 75-foot height limit, one main driver for this was that the minimum ground floor height for the mixed-use building that would front 100th Avenue should be 15 feet for successful retail space. We've heard that from the property owner who specializes in retail and converting shopping centers to mixed-use buildings. So we are drafting code that has a 15-foot height requirement on the ground level. Therefore, more additional space up top or vertically would be necessary to achieve the density that was requested. The applicant suggested, and the Planning Commission generally supported, a method for reducing massing near the low-density zone to the north. If you don't mind, I'll pop ahead just a bit to show you what this looks like, but the sky exposure plane method would apply for portions of the site near low-density residential, which would require a 45-degree angle drawn from the common lot line, and any development on the subject property could not exceed that limit. This is to help reduce perceived visual impacts for the future development, or for the neighbors abutting the future development. So that is the method that the Planning Commission asked us to draft into code. Hopping back, excuse me. The Planning Commission also was in favor of reduced required yards, recognizing that established landscape buffer requirements, the grade change between the single-family neighborhood and the site, and the existing fire lane access, which feeds behind Goodwill and enters into Fire Station 24, will provide a physical separation between the area that's being redeveloped and the neighbors to the north. Again, parking minimums should reflect the state legislation for the draft code. And again, the design regulations should be the determining factor of how the buildings are modulated. The sky exposure plane that I just showed you will also help with this as well. Public benefits are something that we've studied a lot here and heard from the community about, and the Planning Commission was in favor of public benefits such as widened pedestrian-oriented sidewalks, bike parking and storage that's more than just the minimum, and common open space that's publicly accessible and available to the entire community should be included in the draft code. So we're crafting language that supports all of that. As far as the undecided development standards, the Planning Commission directed us to bring options forward to the hearing regarding townhomes attached dwelling units, aka townhomes as an allowed use. So we'll be drafting options for keeping those prohibited as they are not currently allowed in the BC1 zone. We'll be drafting options for requiring them to be, or allowing them only in the context of a mixed-use development, or drafting code that could require them as an independent use, allow them as an independent use. This is a large site, and it could accommodate a lot of different options. And as you heard from the property owner, there are significant construction costs that make financing bigger mixed-use projects very difficult. And the townhome scheme is something that could provide the affordable housing goals and other standards that often impact feasibility of the types of projects that we just reviewed, of the max build-out. In an effort to achieve significant density here, we could also employ a minimum density for the study area that helps us make sure that the site isn't made up entirely of attached dwelling units or townhomes. And again, high-performing building standards were not recommended for the draft code for similar reasons that Vice Chair Rosman articulated earlier. And in my conversations interdepartmentally with other departments aside from the planning and building regarding these studies, we heard from our fire department that they have interest in allowing an increased height of 50 feet for Fire Station 24. This would help them be able to erect training towers that would aid in their training, and it would be something that comes at a later date, so not immediately, but they are seriously looking at that as an option for the site, as there's that big, large field directly behind Fire Station 24 that was recently redeveloped. So we are recommending that in our draft code as well. With that, I have a couple questions to prompt the discussion, but open to any questions or comments about the options that were presented to the Planning Commission, or if you have input on the development standards themselves in advance of the public hearing.
Thank you. And while I'm at it, and while Vice Chair's here, I do want to thank the Planning Commission and staff for the intense work that you've done on these two citizen amendment requests. So thank you. Council, any comments, questions, thoughts? Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Thank you, and thank you to the Planning Commission for their work on this. I support their recommendations on Juanita Village for 100% lot coverage. The height Although I don't know why we chose 75 feet instead of 78 feet, and if 78 feet is the height of Juanita Village. We don't want to short them by 3 feet, but whatever. The affordable requirements are concerning. You know, if we're going to do stuff like this, I'd like to see it materialize in this decade. It's my belief that we went too high on the affordability requirements in the station area because that was pre-COVID and we couldn't foresee kind of what would happen in the market. But then it becomes very, very politically difficult to reopen, you know, a development, go back in there and then lower affordability requirements. It becomes difficult with our work plan, difficult because it puts us in a position where we're voting, you know, to reduce affordable housing requirements. And so I have a lot of concerns that, you know, that we don't set the affordable housing requirements so high on these developments that we see no development for, you know, 5, 10, however many years. So I think the Planning Commission has correctly identified that as an issue. Commissioner Rosman's free to expand on that if she's still on the line. But that piece doesn't seem to have been nailed down by the Planning Commission. There doesn't seem to be a firm recommendation, which I support. And so I'm open to ensuring that we have a recommendation that would entice development sooner. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, again, I just echo the comments that have already been said. Thank you, Leandro, great presentation. Thank you to staff and the Planning Commission and to everyone who has given input on this over years, you know, with the Juanita Neighborhood Plan update, with the Comprehensive Plan update, and now with the process that we're going forward with now. I really appreciate all of that community input from everyone. I generally do support Planning Commission's recommendations. I do appreciate Councilmember Tim Chisholm's comments around flexibility with, you know, with changing market conditions and economic conditions. I think that's really important. When we adopted the 85th Station Area Plan, you know, we had an amendment at the kind of the 11th hour to provide some flexibility there. And I think that that's important for us to continue to have that lens throughout this. Just a couple of comments here. I like seeing on the Goodwill site, the custom bicycle parking and storage requirements. I'm wondering why I didn't see, at least on the slide, something similar for the Michael site, unless I missed that. So I'm wondering if that's something. And I also, in a similar vein, you mentioned the high performance building standards requirements really, you know, and I think Vice Chair Rosman mentioned as well, the state requirements really cover a lot of that already. One of my questions is EV charging stations part of those state requirements? I feel like I have a vague recollection of that, but that's something that I would want to look for too. If it's not a state requirement, that's something that's really important, especially if we're going to be having affordable housing units in there, making sure that we have electrical charging stations for folks who might not be able to otherwise afford to access that in other places. With the townhome conversation, that's a really important piece. I had, you know, noted that. Thank you to Vice Chair Rosman for flagging that as well on the townhouse piece that was new the last time it came before Planning Commission. I know it was new for me to see that, and I think new for others. This is very reminiscent, as I think was touched on the conversation that we've had around 85th Station Area and the property there that was developed, or, you know, the plan was to develop it much higher density. It was allowed for much higher density, and especially given the way that our vision and policy played out in the comprehensive plan, where in these specific neighborhood centers is where we need to concentrate our density. We need to make sure that happens in order for us to really see the housing that we need, not just affordable housing, but housing in general. We need more housing, period, and we need more affordable housing, right? And so it's important for, so what I would like to think of the lessons learned from the 85th Station Area project and the townhomes there is that I would have loved for us to have gotten involved in a very real conversation with the developers earlier on, right? We talk a lot about, and many, many times over the years, about wanting to be flexible, wanting to pilot things, right, to get more housing built and the type of housing that we need in our community and what we need. And so I'd like to have a very real conversation with the developers around what can we do, how can we partner, are there things that we can do to make this so that it will pencil out to really have more of the housing that we need on this site, and be open to piloting things and being flexible. I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to have that conversation. And I want us to have that conversation early and often in this process, because I think that's one of the biggest lessons that I think we learned from the station area so far, is maintaining that flexibility and having those really, very real open conversations and not being stuck in, well, this is what we've already approved and this is the thing, but really having that really open back and forth to make sure that we're getting as much as we can out of, that it works for the developer, but that they're able to build what is really best for our community and what our community needs. So I just want to make sure we're, all the way through the process, that we continue to have those conversations. So I do generally support the Planning Commission's recommendations. I would like to see us maximize as much density of housing as we can get that would make sense for that space, given we know that we just have an ongoing housing crisis. And there's also some great things in there related to public open space and things like that that I'm really looking forward to as well. And I'll just end on my now 12-year-old son, since we've moved here, has called that corner the ugly corner, like the one on the, and so I'm really looking forward to him calling it the beautiful corner or some other name there in the future as well. And I think the entire community will benefit from a positive redevelopment. So again, let's just keep that conversation going. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Vice Chair Rosman's hand up, so go ahead.
Yeah, so I just thought I'd expand a little bit on the inclusionary zoning part, just to give a little bit more context. The Planning Commission is definitely concerned with the inclusionary requirements as they are, but we've also talked about how important it is to see that affordability in our city, because it is so hard to get those lower affordability units. So we've also talked about, this is where council maybe can start to be a little bit more flexible and thinking creatively. There are ways to make the MFT more successful as a program, for example, or being flexible with other things. So basically, making sure that we're having the inclusionary conversation holistically and not just this percent at this AMI, but how do we make it work with a whole project? So, concern there, but also understanding that we very much need that affordability. So the idea of none is also not a good idea.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rosman. I just want to clarify what I mean by piloting is really piloting new things, not necessarily piloting townhomes, but piloting like Vice Chair Rosman was saying, like with MFTE, with other things to make it pencil, right? With what requirements and what incentives we have to make it so that it's not, so we still have the necessary requirements, but that we're really kind of getting out of our way in achieving what we all want to achieve. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you. Yeah, so I have some comments, questions, thoughts so far. First off, just recognize, thank you for the presentation, all the work that's been done on this effort. I know there's been a lot of folks involved. We've heard a lot from the community about this, a lot of concerns and questions, primarily from what I've heard, people on Finn Hill. I think what I have heard, though, from most people is they do recognize that these lots and these properties are underutilized. They're ripe for some type of redevelopment, that the current businesses are loved, but they know that they won't be there forever, and that, we're trying to balance a lot of competing objectives that are really difficult to balance. Safe access, environment, housing, affordability, feasibility. Those are all considerations that we're thinking about. I'd first like to just start off with the transportation subject. That's the question that we get the most, and so it was helpful to hear. So thank you, Jeff, for being here earlier and talking about the fact that the trip-making characteristics are very different than the uses today, and those total trips, may or may not be lower. I think that information is information that would be really good to share. I know we're saying that, but I think the public would like to see that information, so that math, so to speak. And it's sounds like that's been done for both sites, and so that would be, I think, helpful to daylight and to explain to people, and I'd like to see it too. And, you know, the reason why that's so important to folks is because those two roadways are kind of the main access points to Finn Hill, and folks get frustrated. They're waiting in traffic. They don't have alternatives. They can't just hop on a bus. They can't bike or walk safely because there's not safe facilities on and off the hill the whole way for all people. So it's definitely a concern. Now, the question is whether or not these proposals really exasperate that issue or not. And so that's, I think, what we have to help answer the question on. The other big concern that I know gets raised is just the scale of the developments, just the massing, and how does that fit in with the context of the surrounding areas, and just a little bit of concern that it might just feel so out of scale. So that's the other concern. I thought that was helpful that you provided the height of the other structures around there. I think that information is good to share. I still, 75 feet does seem very big to me, with no setbacks or anything, and those being like the only buildings around at that scale. I do think what I heard earlier was the reason for the height was to achieve our affordability requirements that House Bill 1220. So I'd have some of those same questions that Scott raised from the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance. Just love to see kind of how the different thresholds. So we build 15 more affordable units. It just seems like we can make up that difference somewhere if that is an option. So I just would like to understand the math there around the affordability requirements. Well, I am pleased to see the ground floor commercial requirements. That's something that I've been very protective of. These are commercial areas. Housing is great, but we don't want that to be at the detriment to continue to offer commercial and retail services to the surrounding neighborhoods. So that's important, making sure that those are viable locations for different types of businesses to locate that serve the community. So I appreciate that seems like we're getting, I like how that commercial services is focused on the frontage, because that's where the viability and the visibility is for them. I really do think it's important. I guess I would be really disappointed to not see a requirement for some kind of pedestrian easement or access along the lake for the Michael site. That's been in the plans and the vision for a long time. It's, there's some, really significant challenges to that, no question, but I don't want to throw in the towel yet on that idea. So I'd really push for that. That's a big deal, I know, to the community, and I'd like to make sure to see that work. And then I agree with the flexibility around the affordability requirements. Things to make this pencil make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Leandra, and thank you, Vice Chair Rosman, for being here tonight. I appreciate the update before the commission begins their public hearing. In general, I support the current direction and the items where the commission is seeking options that they'll decide based on public feedback. Some additional comments. I, too, am concerned about the loss of retail space, especially with the Michaels site. This conversation a lot is about housing, but mixed use is important for our neighborhood centers to provide services not just for residents, but for the surrounding neighborhood. And so I'm concerned about the opportunity to use that ground floor space for lobby and apartment amenities. Really want to be protective of potential retail space. On the high-performing building standards, as the commission considers that, I will want to look into the specifics of what we're losing in our requirements compared to the state building and energy codes. That could be some information provided offline, but I'm going to be drilling into that. On the Goodwill apartments versus townhomes, some of the discussion has been around the inclusionary zoning, where it is the 10% set aside. But what we're also having an opportunity here, in fact, a requirement under HB 1220 to say we need homes that are affordable at different levels for our workforce. And here we have and I appreciate the guidance in the memo that says apartments are the only form of housing that provides market rate housing for those income levels. And so I am skeptical about any use of townhomes that is a predominant use. And when we saw some of the examples, it looked to be like a predominant use versus an accessory use. So if townhomes are included in there, it needs to be a small scale, and it would be important that those townhomes are included in the inclusionary zoning so that we get some ownership benefit there. So I would be taking a close look at what comes out of that, but am concerned about the loss of opportunity. We already had in the station area, we've talked about it as a council, where there were townhomes built where we thought there was much more of an opportunity for apartments. That was a big concern for the council in our station area. This is also kind of the next stage down in our neighborhood centers, and I don't want to lose the opportunities there either. Finally, I agree with Councilmember Tim Chisholm that we should look for consistency across our neighborhood centers and saying like it's 75 feet here and 78 feet here. We're just making our code more complicated unnecessarily. So whenever the commission can say, look, we're making these consistent across the board, I think that's going to be better moving into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Leandra, for all your hard work and your staff's hard work. And Vice Chair Rossman, thank you for the commission's hard work. I appreciate everything that's going into this. And I really appreciate the comments and questions I've heard from my fellow council members. A lot of good stuff. Really quickly, I'll just lend my voice to a couple things that have already been touched on. The trip creation info, to the extent we have trip creation info that has been done on both these properties, and we can get that information out to the public, I think it'd be really, really useful for these conversations. So lending my voice to that from Councilmember Pascal. Same with respect to pedestrian access on what we're calling the Michael site. That was something I saw in the Planning Commission's recommendations that I really would like us to figure out a way to do that pedestrian access, connecting our parks. Same with everything that's been said about ground floor retail and preserving that. Couple of questions. These are really just seeking clarity from Leander from your presentation. I just want to make sure I understood what I was seeing and hearing. First one, kind of a nuanced small issue, but on the fire structure, you said 50 feet. Is that the total feet or 50 feet more than what is currently allowed?
50 feet total.
Gotcha.
Yes, and right now they're allowed to build to 35. I've heard from them that's just not quite enough. They need
Gotcha.
A little more.
Yeah, I can understand why they'd want to train at something similar to scale to the buildings that we are having constructed in the city. You mentioned a couple times, and I think Vice Chair Rossman mentioned it too, that 100% lot coverage doesn't mean 100% lot coverage, in part because of landscaping requirements. Can you just really quickly tell me what we're talking about there?
Yes, yeah, I can do my best. So the all new development is going to be required to do supplemental tree plantings for any trees that have been removed. Special attention will be given to replacing any what we call, we used to call them significant trees, but now they're landmark trees of 26 inches DBH or more, I think is the threshold. So there's requirements for that. There's land use buffer requirements that will be implemented at the Goodwill site. Those will require about 15 feet of landscaping and a fence to separate if it doesn't already exist. That's what's coming to mind.
Okay. No, that's super helpful.
And then public open space is another big one where we are drafting up code that asks them to provide a certain amount of public open space, and vegetated is an encouragement there.
Okay. Okay, that's super helpful. Thank you. A lot of the diagrams you saw at 75 feet were showing, I think, ground floor retail plus, is it 5 floors of what would likely be housing? Is that what we're expecting out of a 75-foot or perhaps 78 feet zoning?
5 to 6. Yeah.
5 to 6 over retail or?
5 to 6 above the ground floor. Yeah, so
Okay.
1 and then either 5 more or 6 more.
Or possibly 6?
Yes.
Okay.
But with the 15, especially for Goodwill, the 15-foot requirement for the ground floor for that extended retail space would likely result in 6, is my understanding.
6 total floors.
Right. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. That's helpful. And then I wanted to make sure I understand your comment. I think you were talking about the Wiedner building when we're talking about the Michael site.
Mm-hmm.
The Wiedner building is a office building just to the west.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one you were referencing?
Yes.
When you were comparing mass and scale?
Mm-hmm.
So what were you saying specifically about that one?
Yeah, the Widener building is about 49 feet, 52 if you count the parapets, and it currently doesn't comply with the zoning that is regulating the site, but it also sits about 6 to 10 feet above the existing Michaels building. So if you think 49 feet plus 6 to 10 because of the grade, you're up near what would maybe look like 70 or 75 feet. So just to orient you, the 75-foot allowance at Michaels, depending on where the finished grade is, could be similar to the Widener building.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful too. And then last thing, and this might be a question for Vice Chair Russman, so thank you for sticking around, Angela. This was in the memo. It was mentioned when the Planning Commission looked at the townhome proposal for the Goodwill site. It was mentioned in having some further study and flexibility in there in order to, if it were to, to consider it if it were to lead to a superior project. And I just wanted to understand maybe from Vice Chair Rosman, what was the Planning Commission's conversation around a superior project? And that may not have been the words that the Planning Commission used, but that's what the staff sort of summarized it for us.
So I wouldn't say that I would say that wasn't Planning Commission words. For us, it was more, the question is if the other option is for nothing to happen on that site, then we would be open to at least discussing the possibility. It comes down to they talked to us that if they can't go this cycle, then they have to basically sign new 20-year leases. So they've got 3 years left on a couple of those buildings, and they really need to make a decision in the next couple of years whether they're going to go now or not. And if they're not going to go, then they're going to sign 20-year leases, and nothing's going to get built for a long time. So
Okay.
It's basically, at that point, we want to at least have a conversation about, would we rather have a mixed project with townhomes versus no new housing there for 20 plus years?
Okay, that's super
Does that
helpful.
make sense? Okay.
And
Yep, well articulated. I understand exactly what you're talking about. Go ahead, Leandra.
if I may just interject to kind of explain the superior project in staff's draft of that language, it was basically trying to relay that if it would result in a project that meets the objectives of the neighborhood plan policy J20. So if it provides the objectives within that, then such as affordable housing and open space and everything that's asked for through the policy, then that would be considered a superior project.
Okay, all right. I thank you. I appreciate that. That's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. Brief matter of Finn Hill concerns. I think maybe at some point it'd be nice to hear from traffic engineers or people outside the planning department about that intersection And if we as a city have any options, or maybe the planning department, but if we have, as a city, have any options to improve some of the traffic congestion there, because sorry, go ahead.
Which intersection?
In front of Michael's, the cluster intersection that is, I mean, the Finn Hill residents aren't concerned with how many people live at the Michael's site. They're concerned with their ability to ingress and egress to their house and to access 405. And that could be done, hopefully, not with the reduction of units, but with some sort of traffic improvements at that intersection. And I'm wondering if that's something we've looked at, or if we can hear from the traffic people here at Kirkland.
Yeah, I did reach out to our transportation division to gather a list of potential funded or unfunded TSP projects that would lend to improving the intersection aside from development. Waiting to get a full list for that, but we did learn that the concurrency projects suggested through the CIP or funded through the CIP would be a big effort in improving that intersection. And then there's also some construction projects that are currently underway that support just general enhanced pedestrian and non-car movement throughout the 100th Avenue corridor all the way down to 98th. So the 100th Avenue corridor improvements, Juanita Drive corridor improvements, these are all things that will be wrapping up soon and will lend to improve circulation at the site. So we can work with the Planning Commission to better daylight what else could be done or will be done or is scheduled to be done, and then bring that back to you as well.
Leandra, you have some friends behind you also.
Kim. I'll pass it to Kim.
I was trying to figure out which microphone to go to. We do with a contingency project. Leandra mentioned this earlier in her presentation regarding that intersection does include some widening at the intersection specifically for turn pockets to adjust that's really a lot of the turning movements that are causing the congestion, or particularly future congestion. This is one of the more, when we updated the transportation strategic plan, and our consultants had given the list of the concurrency projects, and our traffic engineers were like, well, yeah, that's really one of the intersections that they're also concerned about and have their eye on. And so some of those intersection improvements in the turn pockets are really one way to improve that intersection.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You've received good comments from everyone, so everything that I've written down has been covered. I do want to address what we heard earlier was this is a small number of affordable units. Does it matter? And I think both Councilmember Falcone and Deputy Mayor Arnold were really clear. It's not just about the affordable units, it's about market rate units. It's about the need for increased housing. So I support everything that you've heard tonight. I'm grateful. I think the Planning Commission put forth really good recommendations. I'm supportive of using parking minimums that reflect the state legislation, though I would like to hear from both developers what they anticipate for parking, because no one is going to develop a unit that they can't rent if there's no parking. So I would like to hear what they're planning for parking. I really feel like we need to keep our eye on the ball that both of these potential developments honor what has happened in the neighborhood work plan and the J16 and J20, and the work that we did in the comp plan, which is put our density in the neighborhood centers. So I'm supportive of these projects. I want them to come to fruition quickly maximize the potential. I also want to say that I agree with Deputy Mayor that that looks like a lot of townhouses in that schematic, and what we really truly need are apartments. Great job with everyone, and I look forward to discussing this again.
Perfect, thank you. I just have a next step slide to inform you quickly. We'll bring this to a Planning Commission public hearing on June 12th. It'll continue to be perfected and polished before it's presented to you all for adoption on September 2nd. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a break, and we will come back at 9:40. All right, we are back after a short break. Next up is an update on the transportation, fire, and park impact fees. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So there's two parts to this discussion. We're actually looking for hopeful final action on the park and fire impact fees tonight. We have two options for your review. And then we're going to do a final briefing on the transportation impact fees, which we hope to bring back to the June council meeting. So here to give you that presentation, answer any questions you might have, is our financial planning manager, Kevin Pelstring.
Welcome, Kevin.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City Manager, members of the community here at 9:45 talking about impact fees, keeping you all awake. So tonight I have the penultimate update on the impact fee studies for the last year. So as City Manager mentioned, we're going to be asking Council to amend and adopt Ordinance 4901 tonight. So I'll start with a few slides on fire and parks and leave time for Council to take action before moving on to transportation, where we just have a couple of slides on update in prep for the June 3rd adoption for the transportation. So I have John Burkholter here, the Development Engineering Manager, for questions, and I have 12 total slides with about 8 with content. So I'll move pretty quickly, but I'll leave some time for council discussion. So just a reminder where we started, where we are now, where we will soon be. So we started, our first meeting update was in October on the preliminary fire and park impact fee results. Tonight we're looking at the fire and park impact fee adoption. We'll come back on June 3rd with adoption for transportation, and those fees will be effective in July. So as City Manager mentioned, we have two options for phasing. So at the April 15th meeting, Council indicated interest in seeing a couple options to phase in these fees, given the new structure will lead to fee increases for some developments. So we have two phase-in options for Council's consideration to include in the fire and park impact fee schedule in the Ordinance 4901 tonight. The first is described here. So it adopts the full calculated per square foot fee for both fire and parks as of July 1st, 2025. And it slowly phases in the maximum residential non-stacked fee from 80% in 2025, 90% in 2026, and 100% in 2027 of the fully calculated maximum fee in the studies. So by keeping the per square foot fee the same for the first 3 years, excluding COLA increases, but slowly phasing in the maximum fee, the single-family homes below 1,648 square feet would see a decrease in their fees. And this is just looking at the impact of fire and parks. We'll move on to the total impact in a second. And then single-family homes at or above 1,648 square feet would increase, depending on their size, up to a maximum of 3,200 square feet for the 2025 first year. So including transportation and all three impact fees, the break-even point, the point at which a house would pay the same fee before and after, would be 1,734 square feet under this proposal in option 1. So option 2, so it shows the same phase-in for the maximum non-stacked fee, starting at 80% in 25 and 100% in 27. But it does lower the per square foot fee to be proportional with that max fee over the 3-year phase-in. So by slowly phasing in that per square foot fee proportional to the maximum fee, it means that looking at parks and fire alone, single-family homes below 2,060 square feet would see a decrease in their park and fire fees, and then homes between 2,060 to 3,200 square feet would see an increase. So option 2 includes the same overall increase in park and fire impact fees for homes at the higher end, but differs in option 1 in that it lowers the fees in the current level homes between 1,648 to 2,060 square feet as well, and decreases fees deeper for homes under that level. So if we're including all of the 3 impact fees, the break-even point for option number 2 is 2,165 square feet. And then I just wanted to kind of show you the total difference, and it might make a little bit more sense if you're looking at the difference between option 1 and option 2 all together at some of these sample fees. So these are all proposed fees that would be effective in July. So you can see the difference in option 1 and option 2. So again, the break-even point for all 3 fees in option 1 is at a 1,734 square foot home. And option 2, it's a 2,165 square foot home. So you can see in option 2 that there's much steeper reductions from the current fee to the proposed fee on the lower end. So looking at that 1,400 square foot home, but it does have the same maximum fee at the 4,000 square foot home. So the difference here, based on the numbers of permits that we processed in 2024, is about 24 homes. So not a huge difference, but it would mean if we went with option 2, we'd receive about $100,000 less in transportation, $120,000 less in parks, and about $36,000 less in fire using those 2024 numbers. So it ends up being, roughly $260,000 a year is a really rough estimate. But again, just as a reminder, this is just for 2025, and then the increase to 26. Once we get to 2027, both options end up being the same. So just to kind of, in conclusion, staff recommends that council amend the ordinance 4901 to include option 1 because it phases in these fees increases without, creating this temporary significant reduction for the smaller homes, and tries to keep people basically on an even keel of where they're headed and maintaining a more stable and equitable transition to that new structure. And finally, so separate from the regular non-stacked residential fee, staff is recommending a different phase-in for cottages and ADUs, recognizing that their overall fee increases are larger as a percentage of what they currently pay. So just a reminder, as previously discussed, the ordinance does include the continued exemption for ADUs that are 800 square feet or less. But looking at ADUs between 800 square feet and 1,200 square feet, the maximum, this is what our phase-in recommendation would be. So cottages currently pay at the multifamily rate, so there is a large increase from the current rate to bringing them up in line with the per square foot with the rest of non-stacked or single-family homes. So we do want to do that a little bit slower. And then ADUs, as we've discussed, are currently fully exempt, so you see that $0 for 2025. So this phase-in approach would take what both ADUs and cottages currently pay, and then just dividing it by the square footage. So in the case of cottages, we're dividing it by 1,700 square feet, and ADUs, we're dividing it by 1,200 square feet, and then increasing to 50% of the proposed rate in 2026, and then the full rate in 2027. So this was, hearing some feedback in the discussion from council on April 15th, coming back with a phase-in for these, but an option to end the exemption for ADUs between 800 and 1,200 square feet. So staff believes that this will give adequate time for developers to begin to price in these fees into their overall project costs, and then not impact supply. All right, so those are all the slides I have for Parks and Fire. So I want to give it back to you, Madam Mayor, to consider Ordinance 4901 with any amendments.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Kevin before we get a motion? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Kevin. I move to approve Ordinance 4901 on fire and park impact fees.
Is there any discussion? Oh, I need a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Now I have a follow-up.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. And I move to amend Ordinance 4901 at the placeholder in Section 4 at line 313 to add the option 1 park impact fee schedule.
Second. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
No, we need to act on
okay. Can we do them at the same time?
If you wanted to revise his motion to include both, or you could finish this one and do the next.
All right, we'll vote on this one.
Great.
Okay. Anybody have any questions, comments on Deputy Mayor's motion? Amendment, thank you. All right. Question on the motion to amend ordinance 4901 to add on line 4, the park impact fee has been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to amend ordinance 4901 at the placeholder in section 8 at line 668 to add the option 1 fire impact fee schedule to KMC 2710-150.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councilmember Falcone to modify the ordinance 4901 to section 8 to add the option 1 for the fire impact fee. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, the question is on.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So we've discovered an error on our part. In Section 10, when the ordinance goes into effect, our normal ordinance language is 5 days after action, and this was supposed to say July 1st. And so we have a suggested oral amendment we'd like to have the council adopt to make sure this goes into effect when we meant it to, which is July 1st of this year and not 5 days from now.
All right, Deputy Mayor, you want to wing it?
Do I have some language I could offer you, and maybe some so moved after that would work? Thank you, and apologies. A motion to amend ordinance 04901 at section 10, e-page 202, at lines 676 to 677, to replace 5 days from and after its passage by the Kirkland City Council to the language on July 1st, 2025, after, and then and keep going after that.
So moved.
All right, it has been moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councilmember Falcone to adjust the July 1st date. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Question is now on the amended ordinance of 4901. Any discussion? City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Yes.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Kevin.
Terrific. We're having some fun tonight. Wonderful. All right. So now that you all have taken action on Parks and Fire, we'll move on to transportation. So we have a review of the fee schedule tonight. And again, we'll come back on June 3rd with the ordinance for adoption. So we had a couple of questions from council last time after presenting the preliminary results that we wanted to bring back and answers to. So the first was noticing that the average eligibility of capital projects in the 24 study, which was 35%, decreased from the 21 study, which is 44%, and asking if that was related to the inclusion of annual programs in the Transportation Strategic Plan that didn't have specific scopes. So we went back to DKS and talked to transportation staff on this and looked a little bit more in the study. This average eligibility dropped from 44 to 35, largely because the current study includes all the projects in the 20-year TSP, whereas the 2021 study just excluded annual programs and preservation projects and looked specifically at projects that would lead to capacity. So if we've removed those annual projects from the 24 study, the average eligibility overall goes up to 58%, so we have that revised number there. It doesn't change anything about the calculations. It's really just for demonstrating that we haven't seen a huge drop in our average eligibility if we're comparing like to like. And we reached out to DKS Associates, who were the subconsultant on the transportation impact fee study, and transportation staff, and they both agreed that the annual programs that were included in the 24 study were not considered capacity increasing in this analysis, were correctly determined to be ineligible for the impact fee calculation, largely because they're addressing either current deficiencies, maintaining the existing system, and in some examples actually reducing capacity to slow and calm traffic. So those cannot be included in the impact fee calculation. Any questions on that?
Councilor Pascal, I think this was your question. So does that?
Did a great job answering it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Wonderful. All right. And the second question that came up was around what strategies could the city use to reduce impact fees for development in urban areas or areas with enhanced transit and pedestrian infrastructure. This was actually really well timed. So the state legislature passed House Bill 1491, which promotes transit-oriented housing development with zoning changes near transit, changes to the MFTE program within station areas, and reduced impact fees for certain projects. That bill was signed by the governor this week, and it requires cities to reduce impact fees by 50% if the project is A, within a station area, and B, claiming the new 20-year MFTE. So staff, we're recommending that we defer any specific policy changes until we can kind of determine what the actual interpretation application of this bill is, and make sure that any changes that we do make that continue to consider high transit access and walkability reflect this new legislation since it was just signed.
We hear you.
Yeah.
Any comments on that?
This will potentially dramatically impact us, right?
It possibly could. I mean, the fact that it relies on these projects meeting that new MFTE program means that we're not looking at every single type of development in the station area, but if we are getting a lot of affordable housing MFT projects, it could have a big impact. Yeah.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, Deputy Mayor.
And one other question as this gets brought back is, we think about this as station area 85th because we did the plan. Bus Rapid Transit also has a stop at Totem Lake and would like to understand that impact as well.
Terrific. All right. Okay, so we have the full proposed residential transportation fee schedule. So this is consistent with the proposals for both fire and parks and includes that option 1 phase-in approach, which keeps the consistent residential non-stacked per square foot fee from 25 through 27, but it does slowly increase that maximum non-residential fee from 80% to 100% in 2027. So you'll actually see that most or all housing, all new single-family homes or non-stacked residential will actually see a decrease in this because the maximum non-stacked fee, or 80% of the maximum non-stacked fee, is lower than the current fee, which is about $8,100 per single-family home. So temporarily, there will be a reduction across the board, and then slowly, as we increase this, larger homes will start to pay more, whereas smaller homes will still continue to pay a little bit less. So just wanted to note that. And so we're also recommending the same phase-in for transportation for ADUs and cottages as exists for parks and fire now. And then finally, I just wanted to highlight the impact of these new fees on multifamily or stacked residential projects because we haven't talked about it too much. But given the new per square foot fees, transportation fees would be reduced for large multifamily projects with an average gross floor area of under 984 square feet per unit. So you can see a couple of examples here. And across all 3 fees, so this is looking at all 3 fees, not just transportation, they would be reduced for multifamily projects with an average gross floor area of under 1,144 square foot per unit. So this new per square foot fee on the stacked end is actually leading to a lot of reductions for our more dense and smaller apartments and studios or in condos. So we are recommending that the new fees for stacked residential be implemented 100% as of July 2025. So that's reflected in the fee schedule and be reflected in the ordinance that we bring back on June 3rd. So that is all that I have for you all. But as I said, we're looking for your feedback if you have any questions or anything else to amend before we come back with the full ordinance on June 3rd.
It does not look like it.
Terrific. All right. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
I'm losing them. All right, we are going to move on to The last business item, which is discussion on a proposed comment letter regarding the 2026 King County wastewater rates. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we are looking for the council to decide whether or not you would like to send a letter to the King County Council and Executive about the potential sewer rates they're going to be discussing. Here to walk you through that and brief you is our Utility Policy and Community Relations Supervisor, Carly Jorger, who is actually visiting us from a conference. So thank you, Carly, for checking in with us later this evening. So go ahead and take it away.
All right. Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. I have 5 quick slides for you this evening about King County's projected sewer rate forecast for the next 10 and 20 years. And then we can talk a little bit about our recommendation to write a rate comment letter to the County Council. Before you on this slide is the King County 10 and 20-year rate forecast. The action that is coming before the King County Council in the coming weeks and months is just to approve the 2026 rate, which is forecast to be a 7.5% increase over the last year. That's about a 0.5% higher than what was forecast previously, but still is relatively low compared to what we see coming in the 10-year forecast. So if you follow along with me on the chart on your left, you see that in 2027, the county is forecasting an annual rate increase of 12.75%, sustaining that in 2028 before it peaks at 13.5% annual increase for the following 2 years. So what this all means is that by the end of the next decade, the county portion of the sewer rate will have doubled. So why are the sewer rates forecast to increase so much in this time period? The message we have received from King County Wastewater Treatment Division is that there are 3 main buckets driving that rate increase. Those are regulatory requirements, asset management, and then system capacity investment. The regulatory requirements are a suite of big ticket capital projects that the county is required to implement under a federal consent decree to prevent sewage overflow into the Puget Sound during severe weather events. So just to give you a sense of the scale of some of these projects, I've included the mega project of at the mouth of the Duwamish River in Seattle, which the early estimates for this project that it should be about $3.4 billion. The second category is asset management. This involves replacing key regional infrastructure that is beyond its useful life. This category has ballooned recently because past efforts to keep rates low, some of this asset management was deferred. And now these assets are identified as high risk and in need of replacement. And then the third bucket is capacity. So as our region grows, the regional treatments and conveyance system also needs to expand to accommodate that growth. So with these 3 reasons from the county, the Regional Water Quality Committee, on which Councilmember Sweet is Sound City Association representative, and then the other advisory group, the Municipal Water Pollution Abatement Advisory Committee, have both written strong letters of concern about the rate forecast, rate affordability, and sustainability to the County Council and County Executive. The City of Bellevue's City Council is also writing their own letter of concern to the County Council and County Executive. We don't have a copy of that letter yet, but can provide that to the council once it is available. And so our staff recommendation is that Kirkland City Council also pen its own letter expressing concern about the rate forecast. So we have a draft letter as a starting point included in your packet. We've since made some improvements. I believe you all have a hard copy at the dais. I'll draw your attention to two key changes that we've made. The first is that when I was drafting this letter, I was modeling it after the MUPAC and RWQC letters, which have the both chair and vice chair signatures. And so the version in front of you, the revised version, aligns more with Kirkland standard procedure where we just have the mayor's signature. The second change, in addition to expressing concern about the affordability for ratepayers and sustainability of the forecast, is we've elevated and strengthened the recommendation that the county council support and participate in Executive Braddock's proposal to convene a regional utility affordability summit for elected officials this year. The draft letter also provides additional context that rates are rising across all utilities, not just wastewater, although wastewater does make up the largest percentage of our ratepayers' bills. And then finally, also supports and affirms the recommendations in both the MUPAC and RWQC letters, which are included in your packet. So that is the end of my brief presentation this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Any questions for Carly? Any comments on the letter? Councilmember Sweet.
Well, this morning I thought, beans with this letter, we don't need this letter. We've rewritten this letter how many times, Carly? I mean, we've taken a lot of shots at this letter, and everybody knows it's out there. Everybody knows that it's coming. And the mayor, wisely in her mayorness, pointed out to me that this is a good demonstration for us to demonstrate to our citizens that we are fighting hard for them. This has been like my raison d'etre for a couple of years now, and it's like we are fighting this so hard. We are trying to make this conversation be extremely broad. Executive Braddock has sort of taken claim to what is a Kirkland, what is a Kurt triplet initiative around the sustainability forecast. So I agree. I think we should send the letter. And I think in its current form, it's fine. I love that we include the requirement to move forward with the summit. But the reality is we all know this, and we also know that at that 13+%, we still have not even taken into consideration the future treatment requirements for nutrients or PFAS. It's not in there, folks. So it's a big deal.
Thank you. Do you want to make a motion?
So I guess I will move to accept, or to have the mayor, authorize the mayor to go ahead and sign a letter on behalf of Kirkland as drafted by staff to the county council chair, Zahila, how do you say his name? Zahala. Okay, y'all. Got three of them there. Anyway, as described.
Thank you.
Second?
All right. It's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Black, to authorize the mayor to send a comment letter to county council. Any further discussion? The only input that I had is it might be worthwhile to add our Kirkland Cares impact because we are seeing that our community members are reaching out for support for utility rates. Diana resent me the data recently. We had 132 households in multifamily qualifying for bi-monthly utility rebates, 256 residential accounts for sewer discounts, 541 accounts for garbage discounts, and 303 for water discounts. So it's very clear that our community needs support on these utility rates. Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
All right. It's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Black to authorize the letter. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Carly. Go back. You can go to bed now.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks. We are now moving on to council reports, and I will start with Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. On Wednesday, May 7th, the mayor, Councilmember Sweet, and I attended an event that Greater Seattle Partners put on to host a international delegation looking to make investments and locate their businesses in Kirkland. Some of the speakers there were the president of Lake Washington Tech, Amy Morrison, Dave Thompson, who did the Google, was the developer behind the Google complex, and a business that had previously located in Kirkland based on one of these previous Greater Seattle Partner Summits. We also had the opportunity, we made a pitch with staff on the station area and an opportunity to have lunch with the delegates and make our pitch. For Kirkland, we got to see them first before they visited other sites of the region, so hopefully that will be as successful as it was before in locating businesses there. Secondly, the mayor and I, on Thursday, May 15th, attended the National Peace Officers Memorial ceremony, which recognizes police officers, sheriffs, and deputies who have made the ultimate sacrifice in serving and protecting their communities. The chief made some remarks and reported that 147 officers died in the line of duty in 2024, including nationwide, including a state patrol officer in Washington State. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Lots of events these last 2 weeks. I'll just highlight two things. One, attended the Transportation Improvement Board meeting last Friday. It was in Leavenworth. And we authorized the staff to put out a call for projects for $140 million across the state. So we're able to fund that at the same level that we did last year, which was good. So hopefully Kirkland applies for a project in August. And then the second thing was I had the opportunity to teach the two, be guest speaker at the two AP Gov classes today at Juanita High School, not elementary, Juanita High School. So that was fun. The students had a lot of questions about the city stuff, mainly about what it's like to be a council member, how do you get elected, what are campaigns like, all that kind of fun stuff. And Julie, your son, said hi to me in the hallway, so that was cool. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first off, I have to say, State of the City Community Appreciation Night was a huge success. Everyone I heard from loved it. We had so much fun as council. You made it so easy for us staff. So Jim and team, everyone, I can't even name everyone because there's so many amazing people. Councilmember Sweet and I, when we were supposed to be like getting ready to hold the sign going out, we snuck to like the front of the side of the stage so we can see you guys sing and dance and everything. And it was amazing. It was so beautiful and it was really fun. And I think it really was, just a night of joy of bringing the city together. So great job, Mayor, on the State of the City address. I mean, that was fantastic, and great job to staff and everyone who worked on the community appreciation. I heard, good comments about the videos, about the entertainment, about the State of the City, about did I say the catering? People love the catering. It was just a really fun night, and I know we got to connect with a lot of people. Personally, I really enjoyed it, but like I said, I really heard a lot from the community. So well done, city staff. It was a huge success. Other things that were still important, but maybe not as exciting. Had a Board of Health meeting. There were various topics that we talked about. HIV rates of infection, overdose prevention and response, and in the theme of every topic that we talked about and were briefed on was funding, state funding, federal funding, uncertainty around funding, and it's something that I know. That the Department of Public Health is really concerned about, continuing to have funding for the really crucial programs and services that they provide throughout King County. Attended some great Affordable Housing Week events last week. Won't go through all of that. some fun TDC stuff that Councilmember Sweet and I continue to work on with the Friday night kickoff rally for the Junior Softball Little League World Series that's coming up. That's going to be for the first annual event that the city is really just, I know I've mentioned this before, but like this is such a cool event that we have a girls sports World Series. People from around the world, these amazing athletes come to Kirkland, come to our city to play the best athletes at this level of their sport. And that's huge. And we want everyone to know about it. And we want people to come in and enjoy it because it is super fun. So that's why the city is partnering with the organizing committee to host a kickoff party the day before their official ceremonial kickoff that usually happens that Saturday. We'll be doing that on Friday. So more to come, folks, from that. But it's going to be super fun. There's some great people working on that. And it's an honor to be able to be a part of that. And then also Umbrella Fringe. I keep talking about this because I'm so excited. But this is going to be another great event that we're piloting this year. So really fun stuff that Councilmember Sweet and I are fortunate to be a part of, and really helping just to elevate the work of so many folks in the community who are working, and staff who are working on these great events that are coming to our city. So more to come on those. And so there's just some teasers on that. Coming up meetings, I have the SA board meeting tomorrow. Next week, hosting, you've heard me talk about the series of advocacy events that I've been partnering with Lake Washington School District School Board Director Yoakum and the Lake Washington PTSA advocacy folks on monthly events, just learning about advocacy and with various levels of government and school district. And the final one is next Friday, and we're happy to welcome some of our state leadership as well to that to talk about advocacy at the state level. So I'm happy to send you more information if you're interested in attending or tuning into that. Also looking forward to the Pride flag raising ceremony on June 2nd. That's going to be exciting here at City Hall. If you haven't seen the Arch Power of Faith Owned Land invite that came out, that's an event that's coming up next week, I believe, that I'm looking forward to. And then other than that, the quarterly meeting of the Washington Affordable Housing Advisory Board meeting is coming up before our next council meeting. I don't yet have the agenda or the packet for that, so I can't speak to what we're going to be talking about, but I can imagine there's a lot of great stuff talking about what happened at the state legislative session this year and what impacts that means on affordable housing and the work of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. So that's everything.
Thank you. I'm going to bounce down to Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Okay. Well, we had the community appreciation. That's a little bit surprising. You're okay.
Sorry. Keeping people awake.
We had Community Appreciation Night. It was a great success. Staff has to do an immense amount of work in a very short amount of time, and they have to get together a presentation to thank our community members and extend to them the thanks that we have for them serving on our boards and commissions and on our advisory groups and on a whole lot of things. So a lot of thank you to Jim Lopez and everybody that was involved. There's really too many people to name, but every year it's really wonderful to see the community come together and to let our residents know that we appreciate the unpaid work that they do every year for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I should have been prepared in any event because I was always going to be one away, so I don't know what my problem is.
John rallied really well, so.
Yeah, he did. I'm struggling over here. Okay, so we did have a meeting of the East Side Transportation Partnership last week. I sent around the minutes from that. One thing that a little change in process with ETP that I hope everyone's okay with. The county liaison is doing a much better job of quickly getting the summary of those meetings out. So it makes it a lot easier on our staff and me, frankly, to just send you the minutes and the summary that's been prepared by them. In the past, we've had staff spend a lot of time developing sort of a Kirkland-centric summary of that, and it's probably overkill. But, so you'll be getting the summary provided by the King County staff. If there's anything you ever have questions about, you can ask Deputy Mayor, me, or Councilmember Sweet, who does a yeoman's job of being an alternate. No one takes being an alternate on the ETP as seriously as Councilmember Sweet does. RLSJC, the Regional Law, Safety, and Justice Committee, will be meeting next week. We're going to get a legislative update. Basically, AWC and also the county's government affairs manager are going to present to Regional Law, Safety, and Justice some of the public safety related legislation that passed or maybe passed one house, didn't pass the other house. What can we expect in future years? That kind of thing. That would include, for example, the automated noise, vehicle noise bill that didn't pass. Curious to see, hear what might be in store for it next year. It would also include the extension of sensitive places where cities can regulate firearms to include parks and pools where kids play. What is the future of that legislation? So it's that type of thing, and I'll report back. Regional Transit Committee is meeting tomorrow. I'm ill prepared for that. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. It was nothing earth-shattering. But I will certainly let you know what comes out of the RTC tomorrow. It's worth mentioning, and it's embarrassing because I just admitted I'm not terribly prepared. I have been elevated actually to a full member of the Regional Transit Committee from as an SEA appointee. So I'm going from being an alternate to RTC to a full member, thanks to the decision made by the Sound City Association. It didn't come up, but me and at least Councilmember Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and Councilmember Pascal attended the Senior Art Show that's put on annually by the Senior Council. They always do a great job. It was an amazing event, and it was good seeing the community out for that. Last thing, I thought I was agreeing to have coffee with the President and CEO of the King County Housing Authority, and I did, and then surprise, I've been appointed by the King County Executive to be on the board of the King County Housing Authority. So that'll be confirmed by the.
It sounds like the city manager problem of, yeah. I'm chair again.
Yeah. So this is the King County Housing Authority, largely funded by the U.S. Housing Urban Development, housing choice vouchers, and a certain number of properties for low income, including Kirkland Heights. We have a tour of Kirkland Heights that many of us have been invited to coming up. So that's a KCHA property, and so I'm looking forward to for a term. I think it's a 5-year term on the King County Housing Authority. So that's that. Thank you.
Congratulations on that appointment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Truly. Well, water, wastewater, solid waste. So you have all gotten lots of minutes and lots of copies of information that we've been working on. There is a lot of activity going on. Currently, we are battling in solid waste with regard to a response that is consistent from the Solid Waste Advisory Committee and from the Metropolitan Solid Waste Advisory Committee. The two committees are separate legislative bodies, and they both advise, and we're not in sync. We are not in approval of what's going on with the budget and or with the rate projections, and SWAC is a little bit okay with it because of all the environmental stuff that they're doing, so they're more willing to pay for it, which makes it a little difficult for us as we move forward, trying to be sustainable and to keep rates down. So that work will continue. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that this will continue to be a commercial space between Councilmember Falcone and myself for events moving forward, because this World Series is a big deal, ladies and gentlemen. And if you don't hear it in the audience, I want the people at home to hear it. This is the World Series softball final. This is it. The people who play on our fields walk away with the World Series trophy. And it has been kind of a challenge to get the people of Kirkland to recognize just what a big deal that is. So we're going to be trying to do everything we can to spread that message in ways that we've not been able to do over the course of the last 25 years. So expect this to become a commercial space. And that is, and again, the appreciation didn't, I did sadly attend the memorial service this weekend for Representative Bill Ramos. It was a huge gathering out in Issaquah, but I did run into some people who had been at our appreciation event, and they thought it was brilliant that we've incorporated all of these things into this one thing, recognizing sort of the parallels between volunteerism as people just doing things, as well as all of the volunteerism that happens on our boards and commissions. So beautifully done, and I can hardly wait to watch it next year.
Oh,
thank you.
And let's don't forget Councilmember Sweet's standing ovation for her decades of service to our community. So thank you for your volunteerism. So I also was going to add the appreciation for the Community Appreciation Night. It really was a brilliant night, and we all have heard nothing but compliments. So kudos to staff. Really well done. And I did email and thank the boards and commission chairs today and let them know that the videos will be posted on their pages because some of them haven't been able to see them. And I would encourage the community members who weren't there to also see them. Affordable Housing Week, I attended a few of the events. We just have such a deep bench up here on affordable housing, and I would love to see Kirkland do something for Affordable Housing Week next year. Just looking at you, Adam. So keep that in mind. Speaking of the World Series, Deputy Mayor and I have been meeting with all the neighborhood chairs and vice chairs, and Deputy Mayor will be reporting out on that soon. But we did meet with the Everest neighborhood chairs who are highly enthusiastic about the upcoming World Series. They were brainstorming all kinds of ideas with Jim on their way out, such as a movie night, such as different neighborhood associations adopting teams and perhaps hosting them for dinner one night. So you guys are building some enthusiasm, and I think it's going to be fabulous this year. And shout out to the new executive director of SCA. Because for 7 years, I have been taking detailed pick notes that take me hours to put together, and now that he's in place, he writes the pick notes for me, and I can forward them. So I owe that man some flowers.
I will thank him tomorrow.
Yes, tell him that I said it during council reports, how grateful I am. That's it for me, so City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So before I get fully to my report, we actually do have a legislative request memo, set of options to run by the council. So this was a request that came from Councilmember Tim Chizen about artificial turf and regulating lot coverage. So there was a memo in your packet. We have a short presentation. It'll be given by our senior planner, Peter Milliken, who is here to give the presentation and answer questions. Welcome, Peter.
Yeah. Thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor, and Deputy Mayor, and other members of City Council. So tonight I'm going to be talking about, as the City Manager pointed out, artificial turf and lot coverage, and kind of responding to the legislative request memo that we received in April, or on April 15th. And I wanted to start off by laying some groundwork, looking at some images of examples of artificial turf that we might see installed on properties in the city. You can see that it's used alongside other natural vegetation. In some of these images, in others, it's a complete replacement of lawn. In some, it's used as like a pet relief area. And we also included some examples of what it might look like on a
athletic field, more to give the context of what options for colors or materials, of artificial turf that you might see. And so now with that kind of groundwork of an example, we can look at what our regulatory framework is for artificial turf, as well as other elements of lot coverage. And the first section there that kind of points out 3 common elements of lot coverage include our basic ones like building footprints, driveways, walkways. These could be something that's built out with concrete or asphalt or gravel. And then we've additionally pointed out some examples of partially exempt materials, which is where artificial turf falls. These are materials that receive a 50% exemption because they were incentivized as different aesthetic options compared to concrete, asphalt, or gravel. And so one example that's pointed out here are pavers. So those would be like 10 by 10 individualized pavers that are laid out. And the other is the artificial turf. And so we have in that portion of the slide, the actual area that's in parentheses, and then next to it would be how much is exempted. And in this case, it all comes out of the total of 50% of the lot, which is our maximum allowed lot coverage in most residential zones in the city. And so kind of then going off of what our regulatory framework is, we kind of now approach our options that were presented in the memo. So we're bringing tonight 3 different options for City Council to consider and looking for some guidance from City Council on which option to pursue moving forward. The first option would be to retain our current regulatory framework, which would be that 50% exemption for artificial turf. This offers some flexibility for turf when it's being installed, and this would not require any additional staff time or staff work in order to move forward. The other 2 options would require some staff time, the first being the second option, which would be to increase the exemption for artificial turf as a part of lot coverage calculations. So this could be reducing it from 50% to 25% of that area counting, or none of that area counting, depending on the guidance that City Council provides tonight. And then this would be through, or amended as a process that we would kind of use the direction provided tonight to Planning Commission to get and work through draft code that would then come back to council for adoption. And then option 3 would be to take that same kind of process, but we would start with the step of studying actual best available science for artificial turf and how it's installed currently. And then we would use that information to inform a level of regulation or exemption for artificial turf and brief Planning Commission on that, and then follow through the rest of the process. But handing it off to you, Mayor, that's the presentation.
Short and sweet, thank
Yes.
you. And nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
All right, council, any questions, comments? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Peter. In option 3, you talk about studying and then amending. While I'm not in favor of doing any particular study right now, is there anything that is part of our regular rotation of updates that we do through different plans that this would get studied at some point in the future?
That's a great question, Deputy Mayor. I'm not entirely sure, but I know we have our current planning work program that's kind of built out over the next couple of years that this is not incorporated into, but love some advice from Adam or Allie.
Yeah, thanks, Council. Don't really have great advice. I think there's a couple of options. You know, one, of course, is our miscellaneous code amendments, right, which are usually really quick, easy code amendments that would more align with option 2 than option 3, but like that would be an opportunity to incorporate changes to our, lot coverage requirements relating to artificial turf pretty easily. We are, we'll be working on updating the sustainability strategic plan as well. So that's a venue where we could look at, take a deeper dive into the environmental impacts of both benefits and impacts of artificial turf as well. So those are just 2 ideas for existing work program items where we could look at this.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm, and then I'll go to Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. When we first started this LRM, or when I suggested it, what I saw was a perceived injustice where somebody who has spent a good amount of money to have environmentally friendly turf, which has the same permeability as grass and dirt, was being basically charged a penalty. And they were in violation of the code. And I asked why we were enforcing this code, and the answer was, well, because that's the code. And I dug deeper, and I didn't see a reason beyond that is the code. Councilmember Sweet also gave me some wisdom on the issue because of her knowledge of this area. But in conclusion, I favor option 2 with some modifications because I think the proper lot coverage for artificial turf that meets modern criteria is 0%. If it has the same permeability as grass, if it has, if it's been dug down by the proper amount of inches, if gravel's been put there, and if it is environmentally safe, it does not use pesticides and does not require watering, hopefully the color's green and not orange and red, and as displayed in some of these photographs, and I don't know how to regulate ugly, but the proper percentage, I think, is 0 if it meets those requirements. And if it doesn't meet those requirements, then I would understand some percentage of penalties. But I think I favor option 2. It makes sense. And the current code is causing problems that don't make sense to me. And option 3 goes beyond what I think the scope of the original intention of the LRM is, to send staff into a research project. And I don't know that wasn't my intention. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
Just to go a little bit more broadly on that, I agree with Councilmember Tim Chisholm. I installed artificial turf in my backyard 7 years ago. It is made out of recycled material, and it is 100% permeable. And there are organizations that do this from an environmental perspective. As a matter of fact, these people put lawns all over the islands of Hawaii. But there are standards, and I guess what's really missing for me here is it's like you should be able to go to a turf manufacturer and get a rating in terms of what level of permeability or what level of sustainability is involved in this particular application. Because there are some applications that are rubber-backed. There are some applications that put down tarps underneath the dirt that they put in, so they drain, but they still don't, they're still not permeable. So that's the thing that actually makes or breaks what Councilmember Tim Chisholm is talking about for me. As far as I'm concerned, I just have plain dirt or grass in my backyard. So if we could get there, and maybe there's a sustainability approach to that, maybe it's an industry thing, I'm not sure. Maybe Diana's back there in the back. Maybe it's something we should ask the legislature to take a look at. But at this point, I agree with Councilmember Tim Chisholm. I think that we should go with option number 2.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as I'm listening to my colleagues that are picking option 2, I feel like they're making a really good case as to why I support option 3, but not now. When they're saying like yes and, right? Like it makes me nervous to just do a blanket, change of what the allowance is without really understanding which are environmentally friendly and which are not, which is what option 3 would provide us, right? And so I'm not in favor of option 2 because I feel like we don't yet have the thoughtfulness and the research to understand the nuances of if it's a good, like Councilmember Sweet said, if it was as easy as, it was already rated for us and we knew that and trusted that, and we could just say, okay, if it's rated this or this, it could be at 25%. If it's rated this, that, or this other thing, then it would be 50%. That would make me much more comfortable, but I don't think we're at that place yet. And so given that it would be something that we would have to do ourselves and that we have a lot of really important things that we're working on right now as a city. Although I say I'm supporting option 3, I really mean option 3 sometime in the future, not now, because of all the other things that this would prioritize against. I'm thinking of like our homelessness plan and other really important things that we're working on currently that I would prioritize above this. But I agree with what I'm hearing, like the arguments that I'm hearing, but that makes me shy away from option 2 right now and really, like I said, support option 3 in the future. Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Councilor Black.
I didn't get a nod, so I wasn't sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I guess I'll weigh in. I agreed with Councilmember Tim Chisholm to request this LRM. And the reason initially for me, and I feel like this question kind of got answered already at this stage. My original question was whether we were applying the same standard that neighboring jurisdictions were applying, including the county. And I feel like the answer has come back that, although maybe there's still a half question remaining, that even if 50% is arbitrary, and even if modern standards of artificial turf are the typical install is 100% permeable, and so 50% is arbitrary, at least all our neighboring jurisdictions are equally arbitrary. So from a pure stormwater standards perspective, like I feel like I got my main question answered, and I guess I would throw my add my voice to what Councilmember Falcone was saying. If we're going to take action, let's actually put some budget behind it. Let's put some work program time behind it, and let's really study it. I will say that I would suggest that we focus on the stormwater impacts as opposed to trying to be the jurisdiction in the nation that comes up with the definitive answer as to whether turf is more environmentally friendly than grass, because I just don't know if Kirkland's going to be able to answer that question. So I would focus really on the impact on management of stormwater, but it's still under option 3, not immediately, but as part of a concerted plan in the future. Let's talk about it as part of a work program. Let's talk about it as part of the budget process. And otherwise, if we are as equally arbitrary as our neighbors and the county, then I don't really see. I don't see option 2. I did ask the city manager. City manager, can I put you on the spot? I did ask you earlier today if we had information on the extent to which our 50% is basically the same standard that other jurisdictions around us are applying.
So I believe the answer to that was we're actually maybe the only ones that use it as lot coverage. Adam, were you able to confirm that? So we stand alone in our arbitrariness, I believe.
I see. All right. I mean, that does suggest to me that it's something that we should look at sooner rather than later. I don't want us to be alone in sort of arbitrarily penalize. Yeah.
Peter, did you have something you want to add to that? Peter?
Oh, yeah. So to kind of add a comment, because I'm hearing that we're kind of talking about it as a stormwater control, and want to kind of clarify that when we're looking at lot coverage or planning and building is evaluating lot coverage, it is purely an aesthetic evaluation. The way that artificial turf is reviewed in terms of stormwater, that's purely Public Works and their dependence on King County Stormwater Design Manual stuff. So wanted to make sure that that was clear before we kind of like approach this as what's more stormwater friendly or stormwater controlling as an option.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it does beg the question why permeability is the topic if we're talking really more about aesthetics, which again leads again to like this is probably something the city of Kirkland needs to tackle. I don't know that it makes sense to tackle it right now, but we need to tackle this at some point. I don't want to have a standard that's based on permeability that's really about aesthetics. That doesn't fly. So
Okay, so Councilmember Black kind of went this way a little bit. I've got you for option 3.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
So I'm just going to make it easy. I kind of came in with option 2, keeping it simple, making a simple change, not overcomplicating this. And if it's based on aesthetics, I guess I still feel option 2 is the right way to go about this. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I also support option 2 at the 25% level. Councilmember Tim Chisholm had talked about option 2 at the 0% level. I'm not willing to go there without the analysis, but it's clear that turf standards have changed on their permeability and comfortable in using option 2 at 25% to recognize that.
Thank you. So I've got 4 for option 2. I'm a third for option 3. And the reason it is we're talking about stormwater, but what we're not talking about is soil health, runoff, recycling, off-gassing, microplastics in our water system. There's many things that we do not know about the impact of turf. So I would like to follow up on Adam's suggestion, which is this is a sustainability strategic plan. Next step is to do an evaluation of the viability and the health and the good reason for turf. I know that you love your turf backyard, and I wonder, if the worms die underneath because they can't come up and be eaten by the birds and all of that. So, sorry, horticulturalist over here. So it looks like I will entertain a motion to move forward with option 2 because I think that has the majority of the council, but I would like to seriously explore doing some evaluation on just turf holistically and the environmental impacts. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not making a motion, but I'm wondering if those on the majority side of this would be willing to make a motion that is option 2, but then also amend it to include in the original motion to include option 3 at a later point in time at some point so that we can study it and have that information as well.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
I don't have an objection to that. If we want to do a broader study at a future date, one of the issues is that homeowners now are having code enforcement penalize them and, take action against them now. And so, but yes, to your question, Councilmember Falcone, I think that's reasonable to do option 2 now, and then at a later date when we have time to study this, on some sort of, and staff has the time to do that, it's fine with me.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
I just think that it's bigger than Kirkland. So I think it should be raised as a sustainability issue, either through, through some channel. Because it is happening everywhere. So, and I truly believe that the industry has some responsibility here for being able to declare what product it is that they have. I did a ton of research in order to have my product put in, and I hired the same people that we hired as a city to put our city park stuff in. So there are many, many different organizations that are involved in this, and I don't know how you pull the trigger that says somebody needs to look at this, but it seems kind of silly to me to have Kirkland further our own individual sort of declaration of we are the land of figuring out artificial turf.
Sounds like leaf blowers all over.
It does.
Yeah. Okay, so I would like to suggest to Councilmember Tim Chisholm that he try to modify his motion.
Understood. I'm going to make a motion to proceed with option number 2 at the 25% level as suggested by Deputy Mayor Arnold, with the possibility at staff discretion to proceed with option number 3 at a later time when they have the capacity.
Been moved by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, second by Councilmember Falcone to adopt option 2 with a later work program to do an analysis of environmental impacts of artificial turf. Does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
I'd like to amend.
You would like to amend my amendment? Okay.
And my amendment is simply to take that second step of moving into option 3 and broadening the discussion beyond the city of Kirkland.
She says as you're way out the door. City Attorney, do you want me to formalize these amendments?
So I would actually suggest that the way in which the option 3 was articulated, we could bring back options for making it broader as part of the option 3 return.
Just adopt
We don't need
option
to
2
change
tonight?
the amendment.
Okay.
That would work for Councilmember Sweet.
Yeah.
So noted, and we can make sure that we include that as an option. So you can vote on the amendment as stated, and then we can just make sure we
Thank you.
include that.
All right, so the question is on the motion and amended motion, a motion.
It is a motion, yes.
Just the motion.
So are we removing the
As stated.
amendment
Yes.
as stated? Okay, thank you. It's 11. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Carries 7-0.
One other topic for you. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
Great job.
Yeah.
It's his first time here. Thank you, Peter. All right, so at your dais, you also have a letter that the ad hoc group, transportation group, is suggesting that the council consider. Very briefly, we received a pretty detailed presentation from King County Metro about the MetroFlex service. They have a new scoring system that they have, and under that scoring system, the city of Kirkland scores a 4.8, and they're going to be recommending to the King County Council and executive that anything that scores less than a 5 be discontinued. So they're considering discontinuing the MetroFlex service in Juanita. So the ad hoc group and the staff think it would make sense to send a letter to the county to say we believe it should be continued, and there's several reasons articulated in the letter, and we're looking for the council approval to sign letter with possible amendments if people have it. But the main reasons are that the Juanita MetroFlex was actually created first, long before the others, and it was created as a way to supplement the fact that they took away a lot of fixed route service as part of the NEMP, the Northeast Mobility Project. A lot of that Northeast Mobility Project service never happened because COVID hit and has not yet been restored. The second thing we learned from the criteria is that most of the successful service areas link to rapid transit, including like the light rail. And so that's one of the reasons they score higher. And we have several rapid transit lines coming. The Sound Transit, Bus Rapid Transit on 522 and 405, and possibly the K line. So the letter basically says, for these reasons and several others, we think you should continue this program, and the city of Kirkland's willing to work with you to make the route more productive, including things like adjusting the boundaries or even adjusting the levels of service. But we're so close to that 5, give us a chance to keep going together. So that's the purpose of the letter.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Will you entertain a motion?
I will.
So I move that we authorize the mayor to send the letter substantially in the form presented to the council to the general manager of Metro.
Second.
It has been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Sweet to approve the mayor signing letter regarding MetroFlex. Any discussion? Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to mention this in discussion before a motion, so I'm not sure how we want to handle this, but in the second paragraph where we talk about the essential service connections throughout the MetroFlex area, I would like to add Juanita High School as well. I think that's a pretty big, the ability for high school students to be able to use MetroFlex is pretty important too. So do I have to make an informal motion?
No, I think
Amend that?
it's substantially in the form, so I think we can easily
Okay.
incorporate that. So,
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. All right, it is 10:54. We are now going to go in exec session on 3 items. First, to discuss the acquisition of real estate, and then we will have 2 items on potential litigation as authorized by RCW 42-3110-1I3. We expect the executive session to be concluded by midnight. Following the executive session, we will go immediately into closed session to discuss collective bargaining. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately midnight.
It could
Only
be
for-
about 45 minutes, actually, for
I don't-
15 minutes for each one, I think.
only for the purposes of adjournment. Thank you.